Assalamu alaikum. Can you guys hear me?
Alaikum.
So,
Supposed to have this?
I'm sorry?
I said, are we supposed to have our videos on for this if we're attending?
I think you can. I don't think it'd be. I think you can. That's fine. I don't know if like Zoom glitches when videos are on, but I guess
It might. I don't know what my background looks like, so okay, not too crazy. Hi.
Hello. Okay, so we'll wait a few minutes for the instructors to get on.
I'm going to turn my video off because I think it might tax Zoom a little bit if the videos are on.
Okay.
So how are you doing, Altafa?
I'm doing well, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. MC for the day?
Mm-hmm.
Yay. I see Rabia is here, and I don't know which Fatima this is. MashaAllah, we have a lot of Fatimas, so I don't know which.
I think this is Fatima Mansouri. Yes, Fatima. This Fatima is the only one with an H at the end of her name.
Oh, well, I don't know all the Fatimas.
Also, Sadat, you look like a really cool DJ. MashaAllah.
Thank you.
I'm about to host a radio talk show.
I'm going to start calling her DJ Altafa.
MashaAllah.
Okay, I'm going to turn my video off and we'll wait, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh Mikaeel.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Okay, so we're gonna wait a couple more minutes for people to get on, and then I'll go ahead and introduce the session and yourself. So we don't have a lot of people who have double names, but is this Aisha Khan or is this Sister Aisha Beg?
It's Aisha Beg. How are you?
Okay, just making sure. Good, alhamdulillah, like just making sure. If actually everyone who's on, can they put their first name and last initial, just so when we do the breakout sessions, it'll be easier to know where to put everyone.
This is Fasaina Muhammad.
Thank you, Fasaina. I don't think we have any other Fasainas.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, I think you're the only Hussein I've ever met in my life.
You need to come to Ghana, inshallah.
Isn't like every other person named Fasaina?
If you're a twin, yes.
Jazakallah khair for all of you for being on time and ready to go. see a few more people quickly logging in. Inshallah. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على رسوله الكريم وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We'll go ahead and get started. We have a good number of people here and I don't want us to delay and make sure that we keep on track. So welcome to the second annual, inshallah, Alumni Retreat. So alhamdulillah, we had the opportunity to have the first one in person over a couple of days, and it was an amazing experience. And obviously due to our circumstances, we wanted to make sure that we still did something, but hopefully inshallah this online version is a good version for us to join together again and learn from each other, inshallah, and really benefit from the network of alumni that we have here, as well as the wisdom and advice of our teachers, inshallah. So yes, if for those of you who are just logging in, Sister Fusaina mentioned on the side that if possible, if you're not going to put your first and last name on the when you log in, please at least try to put your first name and last name initial the first initial of your last name, just so that when we do the breakout rooms, particularly, we can easily break everyone out based on the classes and everything. So I wanted to go ahead and get started and introduce Sheikh Mikaeel. So Sheikh Mikaeel, some of the people here actually have not had the opportunity and the privilege of being able to have Sheikh Mikaeel Smith as their instructor. So at the seminary, Sheikh Mikaeel teaches a number of classes throughout the different years, and so we're really honored and blessed to have him here today. The session that he's going to be covering, this topic is called Personal Spirituality, How to Mitigate Change in Environment and the Fluctuating Levels of Personal Spirituality During Hardship and Ease, something that's extremely relevant to us today. Before he begins, just some like housekeeping items. Again, for those of you who are just joining in, please put the first initial of your last name when you join in, along with your first name, so we can easily identify who you are, as well as feel free. We're going to be actively using the chat box. It'd be helpful to keep yourselves muted during the session while the instructor is speaking, just so there's no disturbance or anything. But if you have any questions or anything, please put your questions in the chat box immediately after the main lecture sessions. There is going to be a Q&A session, so the instructor will be going through the chat box and answering any questions that people have regarding their particular session. So yes, feel free to use that chat box for any thing that you have to say, any questions that you may have, and that way the flow of the instructor's session won't get hijacked, but at least we'll definitely make sure that those questions are answered after his session is over. So without further ado, please go ahead, Sheikh Mikaeel.
All right, Bismillah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala. Allahumma inna nas'aluka hubbak wa hubba man yuhibbuk wa hubba amalin yuqarribuna ila hubbik ya arhamar rahimin. Ameen, ameen, ameen. Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to everyone. Thank you for joining us for this alumni retreat virtually. Alhamdulillah. We still have the ability to get together, and that's beautiful. The knowledge that we learn together is the thing that keeps our hearts together. And that is beautiful because one of the people, or the set of people that are under the shade of the throne, are going to be two people who gathered for the sake of Allah and only met each other for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And I think that's something that any student that came to Qalam can testify to, is that, you know, the relationships that you built with other sisters or other brothers or your teachers, those were relationships that were only based on the love of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Many times you had to forsake your own parents' advice, your own relatives' criticism. You had to deal with that. And you ended up meeting other people who had a passion to learn the Quran, the Sunnah, the Deen of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and you shared that passion. And so the only motivating factor that brought both of you two together before that teacher was love of Allah and love of the Rasul and a desire to know. And so that's a beautiful connection that we never want to get rid of. And I'll tell you why before I dive into this topic, which is a very relevant topic. As things change in the world around us, there are ideals that we desire to hold ourselves to. And those ideals can be witnessed and are materialized within a group of people. And that group of people changes here and there. But normally, generally speaking, the students of knowledge and the scholars, shuyukh, sheikhat, they embody those ideals. Again, students of knowledge, scholars, teachers, that category of people, when grounded and when connected to Allah, they actualize, or they realize those ideals that we have for ourselves. Now, what's the practical benefit of knowing that? Well, when I interact with society, family, friends, and then I come back to those people who represent my ideals, be they my classmates, be they my teachers, I can assess my moving away from my ideals by my number one, comfortability being around them, and number two, their assessment of me as well. Now, I'm jumping right into some heavy stuff, but all of you are tulabul ilm, and I don't think it's, you know, you're not in the category of literally awam anymore because of the time you've spent learning, even if it be 1 year. But so the thing I'm highlighting here is that one of the beautiful things about having come together to study ilm is that if you keep yourself connected with this tabaqa, the word in Arabic, like tabaqa, means like this category, this group. Now the group changes. You know, you come to Qalam, some of you guys, if you come to Qalam now, you won't recognize anyone from Qalam, right? You'll be like, I don't know any of these people, right? Especially some of you guys who were here like before I got here, right? It's totally new people, all types of stuff. But your connection is not with the group per se, but that tabaqa of people. I hope that resonates with everyone, because I myself, you can ask Sheikh Abdul Nasser later, you can ask any of the ustadas and the teachers, when we go back to our places that we studied, we don't recognize a lot of people. But you still get the feeling of having been there, and everyone knows that you're from here. And so there's this kind of, again, this what I call kind of a moral compass calibration that can take place by being in the presence of those people that hold those ideals. And so if you think of a compass, it's actually a very good metaphor to explain the calibration that has to take place in the heart. And this does connect directly to this topic of mitigating the influences of the environment. Because how does a compass work? Just basic, earth science. Well, the poles of the earth, are so strong that the magnetic pull puts the compass needle at true north, and so on and so forth. I guess that's what happens, right? But we all know that having a smaller magnet close to the compass can affect the accuracy of this compass. Now, our moral compass is very, very, very similar. And this is something I talk about in more detail in With the Heart in Mind. The moral compass is very similar to that, because when its environment is clean from negative influences, the moral compass will point true north. When the moral compass is pointing true north, then you can see wrong for wrong and right for right. We live in a very, very toxic time. I mean, if you just look at things trending on Twitter, like a very vile and toxic time that we live in. And that's undoubtable. You cannot deny that. What has happened through the freeing of the individual from the traditional structures of society, be they family, religion, or community, has just ruined humanity. And we're watching it before our eyes, which is just quite interesting, to say the least. But the point I'm trying to make is that by being in this company of fellow students of knowledge, you're able to now assess how much your heart has gone away from the ideals. Now, some may claim, no, well, that's my growth. Well, if your growth is so much that you grow out of the prophetic ideals, then that's bad growth, right? If you've grown so much in your understanding that the prophetic ideals no longer or seem strange to you or whatever it may be, then you've had too much growth. That's unhealthy growth. And there's a such thing as unhealthy growth. We see that, whether it be biologically. If you look in horticulture, whenever you're growing a plant, if you grow like tomatoes, for example, I'm just giving a quick example. Whenever you're growing like tomatoes, you'll have a main stem or stalk, right? And then you'll have branches that shoot out from the sides going horizontally. And between the stalk and the ones that shoot out, you'll get these things. They're called suckers. They shoot in between, right? In between the stalk and the branch. And those suckers, they actually will grow into individual plants almost. But that's not good, because they actually take a lot of the energy away from the actual plant. And so literally right when they start to grow, you have to literally just take your finger and pull them off, or else you'll come back a week later and that sucker will be a complete thick branch, its own branch. And now you're like, oh, it's growing. No, it's not growing. You're growing volume, but you're not going to get any more tomatoes, right? And so that's just an example to highlight that growth doesn't mean it's good growth. And so we want growth that stays within the parameters of what is considered ideal by the Prophet ﷺ, the Sahaba, and the righteous scholars that followed after them. And so again, being in company like this, brothers and sisters, is very, very instrumental to checking yourself. Once we have the ability to be in person again, we don't know when that will happen. I highly recommend that you take out time to come back and just sit in the classrooms at Qalam again. Sit in the environment of other tulabul ilm. You will notice again where you have changed by sitting in the company of other students of knowledge. And I hope you guys can understand the utility in that practice. The other thing is, by keeping your WhatsApp groups and things like that with your classmates, then you're able to also, stay connected with that same group of people that you met only for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. All right. So that's just a bit I wanted to talk about, keeping your connection with this tabaqah or group of human beings that you met only for the sake of Allah. And the reason why that's important, it doesn't mean that there aren't other good people around you, but these are specifically people who you met only for the sake of Allah, right? So that's the key thing here. The only thing that joins, you know, Akram with, you know, Haneen or someone else is the fact that their connection was for the sake of knowledge, right? And so we always begin where we ended off at. And so I think that's an important thing to really just keep in your head when it comes to keeping connections with this students of knowledge and scholars who you studied with, number one. And so that's the concept of moral compass calibration and using your positive company to take away the negative magnets that may be throwing off that moral compass from the prophetic true north, so to speak. All right. And if there's any questions, we can talk about this at the end. Okay. Now, specifically, I want to go deeper into this topic. Okay. Personal spirituality. Personal spirituality, for those who have come to Qalam while I've been at Qalam, personal spirituality is something that I've focused on from my teachers, and I have been doing a number of halaqat, actually right now trying to work on a book on the topic of tasawwuf. But personal spirituality, also known as tazkiyah, also known as tasawwuf, also known as whatever name you want to get to it, la mushaha fil istalahat. We don't argue over istalahat. Personal spirituality is extremely, extremely important aspect of any student of knowledge. Wherever you are, you have to be focusing on your ta'alluq ma'Allah and your ta'alluq ma'a nafsik, like your ta'alluq with your own self. Now, when it comes to personal spirituality, what I will say is that that's a long topic, but with the 13 minutes that I have remaining, I'm just going to give you some really, really fundamental aspects that we may be sleeping on, but are very important for us when it comes to just general good practices of spirituality. Number one, when we talk about spiritual maturation, the scholars of tasawwuf have explained that there are primarily two methodologies that have been used for taharatul batin or tazkiyatul batin, inner purity. Number one has been the method of takhliyah. Takhliyah. And takhliyah means to remove as much of the negative, sinful influences affecting the heart as much as possible. And what this means is very carefully controlling eyes, tongue, hands, feet, and heart. Carefully controlling them so that they don't fall into sin. Takhliyah, this method said that the best way to spiritually purify yourself is to just get rid of the negative influences. Get rid of them completely, right? That means you are like carefully watching what you allow your eyes to see. Very carefully allowing, especially nowadays, again, we live in a very toxic, liberal environment that is detrimental to your faith, straight up detrimental to your faith. It only attacks iman. That's it. That's the only thing it will eat away at. So protecting your eyes, number one. The Prophet ﷺ said, looking at haram is like a poisoned arrow from shaitan. Straight up, poisoned arrow. That means if the arrow doesn't kill you, the poison that remains after the arrow's removed will kill you. So be very careful about that. What you hear, right? The lyrics to many of the things that are popular and trending over the last week are are literally the dregs of humanity. These are the lowest of lows that we can imagine that people would discuss and talk about. But you have to protect yourself from those things. So takhliya is the first method. What is takhliya again? Takhliya means you don't allow the negative things to come in. The other method was tahalli, which means adornment or beautify. It's like when you put on jewelry, right? To beautify. This method said, we're not going to focus on removing negative because there's too much negative. We will primarily focus on just bringing in a lot of good. That means a lot of awrad. Awrad means your daily regimen of spiritual food, soul food. What do you do every day that makes you stronger spiritually? That's a question I need everyone to write down. What am I doing daily that is part of my spiritual regimen, right? That must be answered, because if you don't have a spiritual regimen, then you're haphazardly going about spiritual nourishment. Haphazardly means how much Quran today, whatever I got to. How much du'as? Well, I read some. How much dhikr? Yeah, I did a bit. How much reflection? Yeah, some. And if we added it all up, it may come out to 10 minutes maybe throughout the day. Whereas a person who has documented, it's just like a person who is serious about eating good and they're just like, I'm watching what I'm eating, versus the person who counts calories. There's a complete difference. This person is like, yeah, I'm watching what I'm eating. They're drinking soda 20 minutes later. You're like, yeah, it's within my calorie count. Okay, all right, cool. An hour later, something else. Hour later, something else. Whereas the person who is sitting literally like, okay, this bottle has 50 calories. All right, cool. For 2,000, I got this much left. That person is very clear about their growth and what's going to happen. And I don't think a lot of us take it that serious, but that's a trend that happens just with life in general. When it comes to physical well-being, academic and spiritual well-being, we have to be more meticulous about how we use time and how we go about that. So the concept of tahalli means I'm just constantly focusing on doing more good. Now, let me give a very, very simple parable for you to understand these two methods. If you're in the car in the summertime and the windows are rolled down, you're going to have to blast the AC at full in order just to cool yourself down a little bit. But if you roll up the windows and let the AC just on low, then the car will eventually cool off because the windows are rolled up. Think of the down windows, hot air coming in, as the negative sins and influences that come in, and the AC as the good deeds that we do. The concept is that if you roll up the window, then you don't need a lot of good deeds. The other side says there's no way to roll up the window. Our social environments are filled with filth. Just blast the AC. Hopefully it will balance it out. These were two methods that the scholars of Tasawwuf used for different people. So some of us, we don't want to do a lot of good deeds, and I'm able to not do things more. So that person, for me, I'm just going to stop a lot of the bad sins. Other people are go-getters. I got to do this. I got to accomplish this. I got to do this. I got to do that. That person is doing so much stuff that now they can't help but fall into all the sins that they witness. Now they got to up the number of good deeds a lot because the windows are rolled down more. The reason I'm bringing this up is I want you to understand that your personal spiritual growth is directly connected to your awrad and righteous deeds / negative influences / sins as well. Those two things coming together are what are going to directly affect your spiritual well-being. Now, what happens? I'm going to make a complete full circle. Some of you guys came late, so you didn't hear something from the beginning. So I'm going to make a complete full circle. What happens when the influx of sins and negative influences is high? There's a high, and there's so much of them in your life. One of the effects of that is the desensitization of the heart and the throwing off the moral calibration of the heart. So again, sins and negative people have a way of moving the compass needle away from prophetic north. They move it away from there. Okay. And so what you have to understand is that the only way to set that off is going to be to remove those things or place yourself in the company of this tabaqah. This was the word I used at the beginning. This tabaqah of scholars, students of knowledge, and people dedicated to learning the deen. That tabaqah will naturally, if you force yourself to be with them, clean your environment, allowing you to see prophetic north as north, if you let it happen. And this is clear from the Quran. وَاصْبِرْ نَفْسَكَ مَعَ الَّذِينَ يَدْعُونَ رَبَّهُم. The Prophet ﷺ is told, make yourself, force yourself to be in the company of such and such tabaqah of people. So please understand that concept and why this spiritual retreat is so important. If we were in person, it'd be equally important, but you really, really have to learn how to, when you enter into these gatherings. I used to go and sit with my teachers for the pure reason that I need to see how far my mind has gone away from the ideals that this blessed tabaqah of people hold to be true, and that would help recalibrate my heart. And so that's how I would use that. And I know others who wouldn't go back to visit their teachers because, you know, they've grown, as we mentioned before. They've grown out of it, if you know what I mean. But as I said, all growth is not good growth. Again, my main point I wanted to highlight for spiritual personal maturation and personal spirituality is you have to become more serious about your spiritual regimens. You have to become more spiritual about that. And I'm teaching right now. Okay, show mommy, please. And so that's pretty much it. My time is almost up. I want to open it up for dialogue and conversation with you guys regarding some of the stuff that we talked about, inshallah ta'ala. I think there's only 30 something. I think there's only 36, so feel free to unmute yourself and just ask. We don't have that many people that it would become overburdening.
Jazakallah khair, Sheikh Mikaeel. There were some questions that were relevant on the, I guess the poll that we had sent out prior to the retreat. So I'll go ahead and ask those, and then if we have some time after, then we can take questions live.
Sounds great.
So the first question, I'm going to kind of like adjust it a little bit to be relevant to what we were talking about. You mentioned a lot about, you know, like generally speaking, how there are these two different types of methods of tahliya and dakhliya.
Yeah.
And then you started off also by saying, mentioning about the being in the good company of this tabaqah. So the specific question is, how do you recommend we maintain our spirituality after leaving the bubble of the people of this people of knowledge and trying to adjust back to normal, especially given COVID? So especially given the times where we're not necessarily able to be in that company and take advantage of that, as well as specifically, what do you think your recommendations are in our times for tahliya versus dakhliya?
So, okay. So seeing that we're in the COVID era, this has made it obviously a lot more difficult for personal suhbah. Excuse me. But at the same time, it's facilitated things like this, where we are together right now. You're listening to me. I'm listening to you. We're all together right now. We're talking about ideals of our deen. We're talking about how to become better. For us right now, this is great. This is a moment of recalibration this whole day. That's how I look at it. And I'll be real. I'm going to come right back to the question. But as a teacher, my time with you also recalibrates me as well. So it's literally, we are here for the truth, right? And the truth is going to calibrate both of us when we come together. But our relationship is based on truth. So that's the beautiful part about the relationship. Now, how do we we're out of the bubble. Well, we're not out of the bubble. It's all perception, guys. It's all, we're here together right now. Now, there will be some of us that do this more. There will be some of us that do this less, but I try my best to be inside this group as much as possible. Number one, virtually. Number two is when you have a regimen, you are in the bubble. You are still in the group. You are still doing the work. And that's why I feel like I'm always talking about the same thing, but it's so important. Hold on, I gotta get my children out. Close my door, please. Karima, close my door. Qasim, go out. Qasim, go out. Thank you. Okay. All right. So the regimen is so important because, look, it's like, even when I'm not at the gym and I'm doing my workout at home, then I'm still part of my workout group because I'm holding myself to that. And so the thing I keep trying to emphasize to everyone over and over again, personal spirituality. Look, dhikr, dua, Quran, muraqabah. These are the four main areas that you need to be monitoring, just like carbs, protein, sugars, and whatever is the fourth thing in that group. So you really have to become more serious about those areas of your spiritual well-being. Number one. That was number two. So number one means we're not disconnected. We are literally 37 of us, 40 of us in this room together right now. And that helps to recalibrate us. Number two is the power of dhikr and all of those four areas. Now, remember, I'm not going to answer the question. Sister Sada asked a question about, does takhliya come before tahliya? No, these were two separate areas. Like some scholars said to their students, do not even focus on takhliya. Don't even think about it. You can't. You got too many negative influences around you. All I want you to do is a lot of dhikr, a lot of Quran, a lot of good deeds, help your mother, do this, all of this stuff. And then the other group was like, wait, no, you can control your environment. Don't do a lot of dhikr. Just get rid of those negative things. You'll be a wali of Allah. That's it. You know, so it's different for everyone's environment. You can base it on your environment, but you should be reaching out to your teachers to say, okay, what are some of the practical things that I can implement directly into my life right away as far as my regimen is concerned, my regimen. Okay, so I think I answered that question. I think I answered the question. And one last thing before you go to the next question, why is it important to keep coming to these gatherings? Listen, there will come a time, this hadith, yusbihu mu'min wa yumsi kafir. A person will wake up in the morning believer, go to sleep at night a kafir, and vice versa. Listen closely. I'm going to answer that in a minute. Listen closely. Now the fitnas are so serious that they're attacking faith, not practice. They're attacking our worldview and our mental ideals. So our faith is what's being attacked by the environment that we live in, not actions, not actions. And so it's very easy to slip up. And so by coming back to the company constantly, that's how you work on that. That's how you keep balancing that moral compass calibration. Another thing that I highly recommend is reading. Many of you, I think all of you have, Arabic is part of Qalam. So just read, man. You gotta just have a casual reading that is not for like academic, but purely soul food type reading. And for that, I would recommend things like Qut al-Qulub. Qut al-Qulub. You can find the PDF. Qut al-Qulub is an amazing, it's the inspiration of Ghazali. It's a book that inspired Ghazali. Qut al-Qulub, look that up. Matharatul Qulub is another one. These are the things you need to be reading for that growth. Sister Atifa, the next one.
Yeah, so Sister Hint just asked if you could please repeat the 4 areas of focus.
Okay, please remember these areas, okay? So we have dhikr. What I mean by this is adhkar. Subhanallah, alhamdulillah, la ilaha illallah, Allahu akbar, la hawla wa quwwata illa billah, subhanallah wa bihamdihi, subhanallah al-azim, la ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lahu, mulku wa lahu al-hamdu, yuhyi wa yumiitu wa ala kulli shay'in qadir. All of those, dhikr. You need a daily dose of dhikr with quiet, solitude. Just, download Subha. It's an amazing app. It costs like $3. So you have 14 minutes of dhikr every day. And this isn't 14 distracted minutes. This is 13 focused minutes of pure dhikr, right? Then you have Quran. Now, what does Quran mean? It's just time that I get to read Quran, or I get to read translation of the Quran, whether it be 20 minutes, whether it be 15 minutes. All right. Number 3, Duha. This is you talking to Allah. This is literally reading your either ad'iyya ma'thura or your hajat nafsi to Allah. And number 4 is reflection. Okay. Reflection. Yeah. There's so much to talk about. I can't do it in 30 minutes. This is why I'm trying to write a book on this right now. It's just such a beautiful topic that we all need to have laid out more. And the beauty of our deen, guys, is that the scholars systematize this process. It's not willy-nilly. There's a system to it that they put together. You don't need the system, but systems make things easier. Muraqabah is reflection on where you're going, purpose of life, how many good deeds you did today, how many sins you committed today, things like that. Those existential realities.
Okay, great. Jazakallah khair. There's one more question that was relevant on the questions that were sent prior. So the question is, how to maintain a high iman or taqwa when always surrounded by, person said Western folk, but in school or college and most work environments. And we talked about the different aspects of spirituality and definitely these 4 areas of focus, but specifically in terms of like the relationships. The question is, how do should we just be content with no close friends in person, considering that since these events or these programs, we're speaking online, we're talking to people all over the United States or all over the world, versus the people that you are close to. If you're in a regular, normal work, school, or environment, and you're not in your company of other students of knowledge, yes, you are a part of that group, but in terms of the people closest to you, are you not able to have those connections, or how do you kind of deal with that?
No, so to understand this question, the question is, the first question, strong iman surrounded by Western folk. All right. We all know, okay, we get what the person is trying to say. We don't have to bash the question. Cool. So what they're trying to say is non-Islamic environments, trying to stay a good Muslim. That's simply what we're asking. I think what I spoke about was what I was trying to talk about. I go back to these circles of gathering to gain strength, to go back outside. If you could know what I mean, I felt like that's what I was trying to highlight. Secondly, the way I interact in those environments is I don't completely put my heart into it. My heart is in these gatherings. I go to those gatherings because I have to fulfill my duty to Allah. And so there's a different type of interaction there where my true self comes out in these gatherings, where there you guys should know, some of you may know already, but ad-durura biqadr ad-durura. You guys know this is a usul. Ad-dururat biqadr ad-durura. What does it mean? You take necessities to the extent that is necessary. So let's use fiqh. All you guys are, students of knowledge. I love when we have these like fiqh jokes and stuff. But anyways, it was funny, guys. I was traveling somewhere with 2 Qalam students, and we'd be chilling somewhere, and these 2 start like geeking out about Shafi and Hanafi rulings, and all the normal people, Muslims, they're all like, and these guys have those like inside jokes like, Abu Hanifa, and the other guys are like, You guys are nerds. And I'm like, hey guys, stop. These are normal people. Stop. It was hilarious. It's hard to reenact what happened, but students of knowledge always got funny jokes, you know? All right. So anyways, my point, what was I saying right before that? Subhanallah, Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad. What was I saying right before the joke? Thank you. So listen, if you're allowed to eat pork because you're starving to death, you can't sit there and pig out. You like that? You guys like that? Yeah. Okay. You can't pig out on it, right? You can only eat a little bit, right? Just to stay alive. So look, if you go into those environments where your coworker is a hyper neoliberal whatever, and you know you got to work with that person, you do what you got to do, man. But remember, you keep coming back to this environment, and yeah, we need more of these. But hey, guys, I'm online every morning at 8:30 a.m. doing adhkar on Facebook and Instagram. Sheikh Abdul Nasser is online every other day. Mufti Kamani, like we're out here as much as possible, trying to facilitate so that people have these environments to reconnect, okay? So maybe one of the things we should do before we break, not right now, is get the schedule of all the online stuff Qalam's teachers are doing. Right now, I'm teaching Tariqul Hijratain online on Instagram and Facebook and YouTube on Wednesdays. It's an amazing book. That's how I recalibrate. So join me for that recalibration session. Tuesday nights, Sheikh Abdul Nasser. Now, I know how students of knowledge think. Let me tell you, you know how students of knowledge think? Check this. Oh, that's a class for the awam. I want something for students of knowledge, right? Right? Oh, that's for the average. That's for the regular people. Where's our students of knowledge class? To be honest, we used to always go to our teachers' normal layman class. There was a lot of benefit in that. Y'all hear me? Y'all with me?
Yeah,
Yes.
definitely, sure.
So and Mufti Kamani just came, and I'm gonna ask him if that's him, if he's on, to jump in. But don't look for stuff that's just for the student of knowledge. Oh, Sheikh Abdul Nasser Mufti Kamani is doing a class just for the students of knowledge. Now I'll come on. No, we used to go to our teachers' normal halaqat, and that now for us it was we were benefiting so much. But he didn't make a special gathering for us, okay? So that's how you keep calibrated with your teachers. Whenever you see Mufti Kamani doing his, weekly class, that's for the awam, quote unquote, you better jump in and be a part of that. Because, that's your suhbah, and you will benefit different from the regular people because it is your teacher. But don't expect them to always make a special gathering for you. You get what I'm saying? Okay. All right. So we talked about a lot. Please, if someone typed up the notes, maybe we can share a Google Doc we talked about a lot of stuff, guys. And so I really want you to hold it. Don't let it go. Yeah, inshallah. I think that's it for me. Atifa, is there any more things you want me to address?
For now, no. If anything, we'll go back at the end of the session when we have the general Q&A. We can bring up anything that wasn't already covered.
Okay.
So right now, what we're going to do is it's going to be just literally a couple-minute break, just so that we're going to be starting our breakout sessions. So there's going to be two main breakout sessions. There's going to be the session for people who have completed both year 1 and 2, meaning the Arabic year and the seminary year, and then a second room for those who are either Alumni grads or current Alumni students. To make this a little bit easier, if everyone, I don't know, not everyone, people were logging in, but if everyone could please put their last initial or their last name, just so we know who exactly you are, because there's a number of different Aishas and so on. So, and Fatimas and things like that. So we just want to make sure that we're putting everybody.
And Sajidas. There's Sajidas too.
I think there's only one of those, but
no. Oh, I forgot the joke. I forget. It's all good. Shahidas. There's Shahidas.
But if everyone can just in your name itself, where you logged in, if you could just go ahead and make sure that you put your first and last name or first and last initial, and then we'll go ahead and literally within the within a minute or so, we'll be breaking everybody on into their room. So please go ahead and keep hang tight, and inshallah you guys will be in your different rooms in a second. Jazakallah khair. Oh, in the meantime, if you have any
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you, Sheikh.
Sorry, just making
We were
sure the
saying-
audio is working.
In the meantime, if anybody has any other questions that they want to put in, please feel free to use the chat, and those will be covered in the main Q&A, inshallah. Jazakallah khair.
All right. I'm going to sign out now, Atifa, for now, inshallah. Okay, I think I can sign out, I guess. I'll be here. I'm just going to close my screen.
I'm not sure who SR is. So if you could please put your full first and last name. Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Salam.
I'm sure everyone got cut
Assalamu
off.
alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I've never been
This is like the Brady Bunch.
I just feel like I got evicted because I didn't pay rent.
Seriously.
Wow, you know what?
Didn't
That's
feel
really
good.
sensitive. That's really sensitive because that just happened to Roots. I'm joking.
Yeah, I think everyone should like continue exactly the sentence they were on all at once and just finish it.
أحقر الخليقة بل لا شيء في الحياة.
You really need to finish this off. It's something everyone is dealing with. Honestly, Mufti, if you could kind of just continue the thought just for a moment.
I can't. Salah Atifa's looking at me and she's locked in.
And
And
there's so
Ustad
many
Murphy
people
is
in the-
flaunting this
sorry,
beautiful
please.
omelet in front of us, which we practically will give nazar to. And I warn him from eating it. And
That waffle looks. I'll be there next week, so I'll be expecting some of those at the garage. Is fine. I have to come inside.
Bookshelves. Building bookshelves today, boys.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the good thing is that Mufti Kamani's session is actually right now, so he can continue whatever he wants to
Zaina said it
continue.
looks like we dropped into the middle of a breakfast party.
my kids need to eat.
She's watching in on security cams.
Isn't it
What is going
lunchtime?
on?
No, my kids got to eat, man.
Isn't it lunchtime?
Ustad Murphy
No,
has
we're on
been
that- we're on
influenced by
that
the
brunch
Maimon culture. Ustad Murphy has been influenced by the Maimon culture.
I know. We're having dinner at 3 a.m.
Dang.
Okay, Bismillah. So we'll go ahead and get started with the next session. So the next session is with Mufti Kamani. It's on character development, and so without any further delay, I'll let Mufti Kamani continue.
All right, I just wanted to point out before I step out of this, Salah Atspo, when did you become a Twitch streamer? When did you start becoming a
That
gamer?
chair.
He streams
chair.
on
You got the chair and the headphones.
Call
Yeah,
of
the
Duty
chair.
after
After I
I'm
got
like, hey
married.
guys, hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button, guys.
subscribe. Consider
What's your
donating.
Patreon?
Patreon.
Where's your
There's a
Patreon?
lot more LEDs, a lot of LEDs.
He's like, today we're going to be reviewing the Samsung Note 5.
Why should you be doing old products?
Actually, before I do start, can I ask someone here? What, did you guys get a chance in the other session to cover the imposter syndrome discussion?
Yeah, we did. We started it.
Yeah.
We didn't start. We just started. We were going to end it. Can someone? Does anyone want to take the liberty of just addressing that issue in 2 minutes, just so that for the people who are in our session who didn't get a chance to hear it, they can hear some thoughts?
It was Ustad Ubaidullah was in the middle of finishing that conversation.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was.
I can finish the thought, and then I think Saad Murphy, what you said was very nice and distinct. If you want to repeat it for everyone.
Yeah.
But
go ahead.
my point was, the point I was making was, you know, don't try to be an imposter either way. So when you're a person and you get a title, if you don't think you're deserving of the title, you'll force yourself to be something you're not. I'm not a sheikh, I'm not this, I'm not that, and you fight it so hard that you become this weird stereotype. Or you embrace the title and you become something you're not either, right? So you can kind of land on either end. So to fight that, just try to be as genuinely you as possible, right? And the teachers here all kind of, you can tell, and we all try to do that, is with our students, they get who we are. They're not getting a fake version of who we are. But they're also not getting all of us, right? They're getting a genuine, real portion of who we are. And obviously, we're different with our friends. We're more free with friends and family, but we're still genuine with students, right? So just be who you are and do the tasks that you've been assigned, and you won't be an imposter. And I know that sounds really simple, but I don't know. Be genuine. Don't be something you're not, or talk like something you're not.
And just quickly, what I was saying was that, like, we are imposters. And so just understanding that the reality is that no one's expecting you to fill the shoes of the Prophet ﷺ. It's not what you can do. It's not what you're meant to do. The Sahaba didn't do that. Your job is to do your best. And part of that is having your checks and balances, your relationships with your teachers, constantly having communications with them, checking in with them. If you're giving a class or a lecture, have any questions, want ideas, text them, refer back to them, WhatsApp, voice note them, etc. And that's just the way that you keep your sincerity. But the reality is, again, you're not being held up to uphold the standard of this station that you have not received or will not receive or whatever. That's not your role. Being human, being forthcoming, being honest, not trying to act, humble in like a performative way, but actually just kind of being yourself, like Ustad Ubaidullah was mentioning, and recognizing that, there's no way on earth that you will be able to fill the shoes of the Prophet ﷺ for people. And so there's no need to try to swing for the fences. There's no need. In fact, your most high quality and effective route of teaching is to make sure that you're grounded with your institution, with your teachers, and that you're building your knowledge from them. Because then whatever you have is coming from that same well that came from the Prophet, that the Prophet ﷺ left for us. So kind of making sure that you have that. We've seen this with whether it's Sheikh Abdul Nasser, whether it's Mufti Kamani, Sheikh Mikaeel, Mufti Muntasir, any of the people that, you know, are considered our senior scholars in our institution. And then you have the really, really senior scholars, like Sheikh Abdul Nasser, right? That's a gray hair joke, by the way. But you see that they never let the relationship and the mentorship and the fellowship and the feedback die, not even with their teachers only, but also with their colleagues and even with their students. Sheikh Abdul Nasser calls me and is like, hey, what do you think I should give this lecture about? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, I literally call you for the same question. He's like, no, seriously. He's like, tell me, what do you think? How would you, you know, what things come to your mind when you hear? And I'm like, it's astounding to me because this is somebody that I look to for my knowledge. This is somebody that I read to for my classes, and he's calling me. So really just constantly being a student always will help you, inshallah, and you won't have time to feel like you're an imposter.
Sheikh Mikaeel, you had something to say?
Yeah, real quick. The last point he said about having time to see yourself as an imposter. Ibn Qayyim al-Jawzi rahimahullah, he talks a lot about shuhudu yani halak aw maqamak. One of the bad states that you can reach is when you start observing your own state and watching where you're at. And the reason why this is bad is because you're not actually working while you're watching your state. And so, you know, Steph Curry, I don't know who's good this season or whatever, but he doesn't watch his state while he plays. He plays, right? He plays, he does his job. And if you're watching your state, that's not a good sign. So on either level, high or low, get out of the fact that stop looking at you and do the work. Stop looking at you. Now there is a time and place to look at you. That's where muraqabah comes in. That's where there's a time for that. But when you go on the halaqah, time to give a lecture, when it's time to play the game, then it's like, oh, jump ball, let's go. I'm not watching myself. I'm doing what has to be done. And afterward, I'll call someone and it's like, yo, what did you think about that lecture? They'll be like, you know, that was a good point afterward. But when it's time to actually do it, I'm not witnessing my hal anymore or my maqam. Back up from witnessing your state and just do the work, inshallah.
Barakallahu feekum.
Mufti Sahib, you were also just, I think you were, based off of our discussion even yesterday about that idea, I think it'll be beneficial for the students to hear.
Yeah, well, one thing that I always think of when it comes to imposter syndrome is that, you know, first of all, you have to make sure that this imposter syndrome that you're feeling is in reality imposter syndrome, and it's not a reality check for you.
Mm.
You know what I mean? I've spoken to many students and they say, I'm experiencing imposter syndrome. And I ask them, well, are you sure you're feeling imposter syndrome, or is it just you being aware of your own hal? And Ustad Atifa is here. She is probably much more qualified to speak on the subject than I am. And if I step out of line, please do correct me. But I see that there is a bench that a person knows. There's a mark, there's a benchmark where you know whether you're qualified to do something or not. You know, there are certain checklists. Sometimes those checklists that checklist is more defined, and other times it's less defined. Now, when it comes to being an imam, it's less defined because it's a very broad, open-ended role. If it's an Arabic teacher, it's very well defined. You know, there are things that you're going to need to do in order to be a solid, amazing Arabic teacher. You know, Ustad Ubaidullah says to Sheikh Abdul Nasser, I'd like to teach Arabic. Sheikh Abdul Nasser can tell in a moment this person's qualified for the job. On the other hand, someone else comes in, and I'm just going to pick on someone. I don't know, I won't pick on anyone. Okay. Let's say someone else comes in and they say, hey.
I have someone.
Do it. Make it good, though. Make it really good. Make it someone that we all just enjoy.
Okay, if Muhammad Abdul Mun'im came and said, I want to teach Arabic.
He said no before you even said his name. He knew. He knew. You didn't even say his name. He already wrote no. He knew it. What? That's amazing. He wrote no before you said his name in the chat box.
Arabaya. Sheikh Muntasir does a great job. Arabaya.
Arabaya Galabaya.
When I heard them say Arabaya, I thought they were talking about a wheelchair.
Yeah, me too.
Oh goodness, that was great.
Okay, I just want to say to the students, guys, the teachers, we haven't seen each other in weeks as well. So we really miss each other too. So that's why we're chilling so much.
We're delaying the start of this next session by quite a bit.
Yeah, I just got a message.
So I'll kind of take the responsibility of this is a very important topic, character development. Inshallah, we'll turn off our mics and cameras, and Mufti Kamani will benefit us by talking to us about how to develop our characters, because students of knowledge, that is not optional. Jazakumullah khair.
Okay, barakallah feekum. Jazakumullah khairan. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah wa kafa. Wa salamun ala ibadihi alladhina istafa, khususan ala sayyidi ar-rusuli wa khatam al-anbiya wa ala alihi al-askiya wa ashabihi al-atqiya. Amma ba'd. So this discussion of developing good character is something that I have spoken to you all about over the years while being in the classroom with you. Anyone that's been in the classroom with me knows one thing, hopefully you do, about me, which is that I'm very particular on adab. This matters a lot to me. When I see someone who doesn't have adab, their talents shrink in front of my eyes. Their ability to retain information, their ability to deliver the information, personally, it becomes absolutely irrelevant. I don't know if I see any value in a person who feels comfortable rolling their eye in front of their teacher while quoting hadith of Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Personally, I don't have. It doesn't add any value to me. On the other hand, I see another student who is struggling with writing, struggling with keeping up, struggling with passing the tests and exams, but mu'addab, with so much adab and so much mahabba and respect, it wins my heart. I genuinely make dua for those people every time I raise my hands and make dua for my kids. I make special dua for them because I view it to be one of the most beautiful traits in a human being. A person who has good adab can kind of be ready to enjoy the fruits of life. Whether it's in marriage, whether it's in parenting, whether it's at work. Because when you show people your adab, they will fall in love with you. They will enjoy your company. They will enjoy your smile. They will enjoy your words. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will inspire you. Because a person who has good adab will always attract good people. And those good people will always bring you closer. Like, for example, if someone came to Sheikh Abdul Nasir's gathering and they had bad adab, he would push that person away. But another person who comes to Sheikh Abdul Nasir and he has good adab, he'll bring that person close. And he'll keep that person very close. And sometimes they may not be very close in the sense that you're getting text messages every day, but you're definitely in that person's du'as. And that happens with one sheikh, another sheikh, and it keeps happening until the point comes where you are well connected to so many shuyukh and their words of wisdom that enter into your heart. Therefore, wherever you go, wisdom pours and people benefit from you. I said this to my kids the other day. And I always say this to them. But I said it to them the other day. I said to them that, because they're memorizing the Quran, I said to them that if you memorize the entire Quran but had bad adab, I would think that you failed. But if you had good adab, if you have good respect and good manners, and you didn't memorize the Quran, I would be the proud father that you see me to be in your life. Very proud of you. Good adab, good manners. So a lot of what I'm about to say to you guys in this brief and short discussion of ours may be things that you've heard from me before, because I've talked about this subject way too many times, and I will continue to speak of it for those who are close to me and share space with me. That your knowledge is as meaningful and beneficial to people as your akhlaq and adab are. Fix your akhlaq. And don't just show good akhlaq and good adab selectively, because that's not genuine. People see through it. Muhammad Ali here shows great adab when I walk into the room because of his mahabbah. So much mahabbah, embraces me, takes care of me, shows me so much mahabbah. But then the next day over, someone else visits the community and he walks past that person as if that person's not even alive. That's not good. Now, I also respect and understand anzilun nasa manazilahum, that because Muhammad Ali and I have a relationship, we've gone to Hajj before, it's possible that when I visit town, he may do something extra. I think I saw Sister Lamia's name here somewhere. I'm not sure if she's on the call. But every time I go to Tulsa, Sister Lamia, she cooks a meal that is like unreal, unbelievable, subhanallah. She goes all out, her husband, herself, her sons. Now, that's because of their mahabbah, since, you know, someone who they've done Hajj with has come to town. Maybe, you know, they say a teacher's in town, so we'll go out of our way. Someone else is in town, they may not be able to go that far out of the way, but that adab still is there, the adab of greeting them, the adab of looking after them, the adab of asking. And I see this a lot in the circles of students of knowledge. I'm not sure if I've seen it so much at Qalam, by the way, so I will be honest. But I have seen it in other circles of knowledge that students will be very respectful to their shuyukh, but if another sheikh comes in town, they don't care. Have you guys seen that before? I'm actually looking at the chat box, just seeing it, whether you guys are following. Someone share an example. Someone share an example of this, something you've seen yourself. That you've seen. Sana says, downplay the sheikh. Oh, that's just bad. Unmute yourself. Someone tell me. Share a story with me.
Mufti, I've actually seen the opposite, where we disrespect our local shuyukh, but respect the ones that come from afar. That happens as well.
Absolutely, because that person who comes from afar is a celebrity in your eyes, right? Whether it's your teacher or a sheikh that's visiting, that person's a celebrity in your eyes, so you respect them. But when it comes to the local shuyukh, there's no respect for them. People visit Carrollton all the time. This is sad. This is very sad. People visit Carrollton all the time, and I ask them, as students of knowledge, you know, in our community, that you know my name. I'm unfortunately one of those people who honestly owns the title. Like if it's someone attributed to me, I wouldn't. I'm not sure if it would be true, but I think all of the ill traits that are being referred to exist. When people say celebrity shuyukh, I'm no celebrity, first of all. I'm not a famous person. But all those traits, those ill traits that you expect to see in a celebrity sheikh, alhamdulillah, or astaghfirullah, they all exist in me. Now, people come to my community and they know in Carrollton, if you were to ask them what is the name of the imam, first of all, they'll just say my name. When in reality, I'm not the imam there. I'm a religious director. The actual imam who's been there for way longer than I have, let's see if anyone even knows his name. You guys have all been to Carrollton. What's the name of our imam?
I do not know his name, Sheikh, but I respect him very much.
Sheikh Saad. Someone said Sheikh Saad. Yeah, Fatima. I knew Fatima. Fatima, how would you not know his name? Yes. Imam Abdullahi, Imam Sa'id. So, I mean, and that's just a small example where many people won't know the imam's name or they won't have any communication with the imam. Now, I appreciate Amin's statement, by the way, and I'm not going to dismiss that because not knowing the name doesn't necessarily mean that you don't respect them. So I appreciate that statement, by the way. I mean, that's a very powerful point. But the essence of the discussion still stands. Learn to have genuine muhabbah for everyone. Not just the kids of your teachers. Naturally, you'll have muhabbah for them because you have muhabbah for your teacher, so you have muhabbah for their children. But have love, muhabbah for every child you meet. Like you have to develop in your heart genuine muhabbah for the makhluk. I'm not kidding. Every one of you guys that are here, in particular, those of you that were in my class, there was a year, the first year, I believe, that I did not teach at Qalam, the first year. So if you know, even though you guys weren't my students, specifically, I speak to those who were in my class and have studied with me. You guys are very regular in my du'as. I kid you not, when I go in front of the haram and in my heart I'm thinking that there's a dua that if I make when I see the Kaaba for the first time, Allah is going to accept. I make dua for my students and my kids. Those are the two people. Very dear to me. But that doesn't mean that someone who hasn't studied with me won't get that mahabba. If anyone entered into my life, anyone at the masjid I meet, anyone that I see at the airport, I try to give them the best version of me. And I say this to my kids as well all the time. That one thing you'll see from your father is that I try to give people the best version of myself, no matter who that person is. Now, I have weaknesses too, and I'm very open about my weaknesses. My weaknesses are I am very bad at communication. I mean, I wish there was a magic wand, and I've had this conversation with, where is he gone? I just saw the name a little while ago. Ah, there he is, Mahmoud Usmani. Beautiful smile. I had a conversation with Mahmoud. Mahmoud, you remember that conversation we had?
No.
Yeah, he remembers, yes. Where I said to him that, Mahmoud, oh, I wish there was a way that I could find a solution to my horrible communication. People think that I'm a jerk, even though I probably am to a degree. But I wish there was a way for me to deal with that. So, khulasatul kalam, my friends, is this. Fix your akhlaq. Fix your character. Humble yourself. I want you to count the number of times that you've been corrected and you haven't argued back. That's good character. That's good akhlaq. Always arguing back, always fighting, feeling compulsive in the sense that you have to always respond to every statement. Let me ask, do you guys ever experience that where you have to respond to everything, that you have to have a say? You guys experience that sometimes? Or maybe all the time? Yeah. The muqtada of good akhlaq, Abdullah al-Mahaini is here. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Habibi. MashaAllah. What did Fusaina write? It's called Someone is Wrong on the Internet Syndrome. I have no idea what that means, by the way, but I'm sure that means something serious. Sidra writes, yes, and that's why I left all aunties WhatsApp groups this Ramadan. Hey, so here's the thing, Sidra. A part of that is not walking away. That's a part of it, by the way. But if it gets abusive, then you walk away. But I usually tell people that if you're with people who are, full of themselves, as a community leader, as imam, it's not always wise to walk away. Because when you are a community leader, when you're an imam, when you're a graduate, when you are an activist in the community, you can't just be with people who are easy to work with. Because the other part of people that are not easy to work with are still a part of the ummah. They still are a part of the ummah. I can have an epic debate with Dunya or an epic debate with Komal, all right? And if Komal reached out to me after that, I have to be willing to continue to engage with her and not just walk away. I've been on Imam's WhatsApp groups, even though the other shuyukh have left. If they were here, I would ask Sheikh Abdul Nasser, because he may recall some of these experiences, where I've been on WhatsApp groups with different imams, and one particular imam states his opinion that this is the way we're going to do it. And everyone else isn't feeling that vibe. So they don't respond the way he's expecting for everyone to respond. And that imam just throws a rant and leaves the WhatsApp group. It looks very petty. It looks childish. The other day I was speaking with someone, and we were talking about how sometimes imams throw tantrums, or students of knowledge throw tantrums on social media. You guys ever seen that before?
Sometimes, yeah.
Where someone's imam throws a tantrum, or students of knowledge throwing tantrums. Dunya asked a question. Okay, I'll come back to your question, Dunya. So someone, the tantrum part, okay? So they asked me about this. I was sitting with someone, they asked me. So I said to them, there are two things that I have seen exist in students of knowledge and imams. And again, the reason why I can speak of these things so well is because they exist in me. So if they exist in me, I understand them, alhamdulillah, to a degree at least. So what are the two things? Number one. Sally, are you listening? Where's Sally? She's listening. Yes, Sally's listening. Alhamdulillah. Okay. Number one. The reason why I feel imams throw tantrums so much, and they're so like touchy and sensitive, like little babies. Number one, they take themselves too seriously. You guys understand that? What does that mean, Fusaina? Taking yourself too seriously, no self-importance. What does that mean?
I think it's just this idea of I have to be right. That's just what it is.
Yeah, like I'm a student of knowledge, so I'm a big shot, and this is the way I'm going to carry myself, and everyone else is beneath me. So you stay in your place, I stay in my place. Al-awam kal-an'am bal hum adal. That sort of language. Do you understand, Munib? You take yourself too seriously, as if you're some sort of an emperor, as if you're some sort of a big shot. That because I've studied, like, you know, so-and-so book, and I studied so-and-so, and I've studied with so-and-so teacher and so many different institutions, or for so many years, that means that I'm a big shot. They take themselves way too seriously. You're an insan, my friend, that's it. There might be a wasf of ilm that you've attained to a degree, but the way you're acting, Allah is showing you extra fadl, right? Otherwise, only Allah knows how you have this ilm. So they take themselves way too seriously, more seriously than they should. And I think that's where celebrity culture actually stems from. I believe Ustad Ubaidullah was mentioning this a moment ago, where you focus so much on your or was it Sheikh Mikaeel maybe, the whole idea of shuhud he was talking about, where you focus so much on who you are, your own maqam, shuhud maqami, that who I am, where I stand, what's my position in the community. You focus so much on what your status is, that you lose touch with who you actually are. And I can give 100 examples of this, but I won't. And the second thing was this compulsion of always being right. That's where that second point comes in that Fusaina mentioned. That students of knowledge have this issue where they feel like they always have to be right. They always have to be right. They can't be wrong. Is it possible that a particular political situation or issue that you hold an opinion on, that you're wrong in it? Is that possible? A particular...
Definitely, more often than not.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. I have so many examples that I want to say, but I'm not sure if they're too sensitive. But there are many examples like this, that you may view a particular issue. This is the approach to solving society's problems. This is the political issue that we need to stand to. This is how we should have the genders interacting in the masjid. Is it possible that you may realize in time that that actually wasn't the right thing to do? Is that possible? You come to the masjid and you say that I want the divider gone between men and women. This is not the example I was thinking of. This is the more mild example. Okay? That you come to the masjid and you say, I don't want the divider there. As long as that's a fair argument that has some shari'i basis, which I'm not going to engage in. Alhamdulillah, we've discussed these issues before, at least if you've studied the seminary year onwards. So we're not going to go into the dalil or anything there. We're just going to say, for now, we're going to assume that it is a position that has shari'i validation to it. Someone comes to you from the community. So let's run a scenario here. Kamal says that I do not want a divider between the men and women in the masjid. Okay. Sally comes and says to Kamal, hey, Kamal, this is a great idea. Dunya comes in and says to Kamal, I think you should reconsider your opinion. Should we really be getting rid of the divider from the masjid? Now, the point that I'm trying to make is that how does Kamal respond to Dunya's concern, her criticism? Many of us, our arrogance is so great that we believe that we're gods. We just can't be wrong. Everyone else in the world must be wrong. Dunya is a fool 10 times around. She is, what's the equivalent of an Uncle Tom within women, within feminists?
I think people would just say a sellout.
They call it a pick-me, Mufti Sahib.
What's the word?
A pick-me.
Pick-me?
Yes.
Oh gosh. Okay, for now we're gonna say an Auntie Karen. You're gonna say that one's an Auntie Karen right there. You know, we have a Karen amongst us. This kind of nonsense. How about we just think for a moment that, look, come off of your high horse, come down, look at the people around you, and understand that not everyone who shares an opinion other than yours is a jahil, sellout, ignorant, evil human being. Maybe they just have a different approach. That comes through developing good akhlaq. People with bad akhlaq, unfortunately, end up becoming a cause of difficulty everywhere they go. At the same time, they give the people who are a part of their life a great opportunity to practice sabr. The silver lining. Everyone gets to practice their lesson of sabr while you walk into the room. Develop your akhlaq, my friends. Develop good akhlaq. Smile when you meet people, your friends and your foes. If any one of you right now has someone in their life that they are not on talking terms with, where they cannot imagine speaking to, I want you to know, for every person that you are not able to speak to and are not on talking terms with, there's a red flag up. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes, Mufti, I understand.
And that red flag, I know that this is a nuance, so don't give me none of that stuff. For now, just listen to what I'm saying. That red flag is an indication to your akhlaq. And let's say Amin has one person with one red flag up. That makes a little sense. Okay, that happens. But if Amin has 10 people who have red flags standing around him on the day of judgment or in this world, that tells me, if Amin asked me that, Sheikh, what can I do? I would say you need to fix your akhlaq and fix those problems. Who cares if you're right or wrong? Who cares if you're right or you're wrong? Now, I'm not speaking of someone sexually abusing you or someone physically abusing you. So don't talk about extremes right now. Don't use that. If we're still going to talk about extremes and you're going to demand from me to qualify everything, I ask you not to listen to me right now. Just put your headphones on mute and walk away for a minute. Because I'm not in that, I don't do that anymore. I'm not going to sit here and qualify everything that I have to say. I hope the person sitting in front of me has half an aql to understand what I'm saying. And that is a part of your husn al-dhan. That's a part of your good akhlaq, that you can have husn al-dhan for other people. If I have to spell out every single thing that I want to say to Amin here, then Amin should go back to first grade. That's what I have to do for my kids, by the way. I have to spell everything out. For an adult, you tell them, plug the vacuum in. That's it. And on the other hand, for a child, I have to tell them, undo the wire, and I'll go to the wall, plug it in, turn it on, pull it back, push, pull, push, pull. So we can't be doing that anymore, guys. We can't be doing that. Every person around you that has a flag up, right? And that's the person that you're not speaking to. Now, Jasmine brings up a good point. Is this for the person not wanting to speak with someone, or some people don't want to speak to? I'm speaking of people who you have not mended the relationship with and you haven't tried to mend that relationship with. Look, if I have a bad fallout with Akram here and I try to reach out to Akram and Akram doesn't respond to me, that doesn't absolve me of the wrong, by the way. In particular, if I was the aggressor, right? That doesn't make me the wrong person. Sorry, that doesn't absolve me. If I did something wrong, he has the right not to forgive me. So that's one thing. I just have to hope that it's easy on the day of judgment for me. No one can forgive huquq al-ibad other than the one that you've aggressed. My statement here is that I'm trying to give you a measuring stick, because I don't want anyone walking away from this lecture or this conversation of ours and thinking, oh, Mufti Kamani was talking about bad akhlaq. It clearly wasn't me. He wasn't talking to me. He was talking to someone else. I want you to stop for a moment and ask yourself, I'm trying to create a measuring stick here. Every one of you, stop for a moment and ask yourself, how many people are there in my phone book or in my life that I just can't talk to? How many people are there? And when you start paying attention, you might notice that number is big. And that might be an indication that you're not doing your best at showing akhlaq. Either you just had bad luck and you just met a bunch of horrible people in your life, which is obviously always a possibility, or you can do more. And because you guys are students of knowledge, I expect you to do more. You understand, Muhammad Ali? Are you there?
Yes, I understand, Sheikh.
So let's say Muhammad Ali, Muhammad Ishaq, he does something really bad to you, makes you really upset. What do you think I would hope you would do, even if you were upset 1 month later?
Just reach out and let him, we try to understand where he was coming from, if he said something that bothered me. If not, maybe just being willing to accept the blame, even if it wasn't my fault, and just for the sake of something bigger. Inshallah.
And that's how communities are built, my friends. This is how communities are built. This is how families are saved. You'll see this in your mother and father. They don't play the blame game. They're not childish. He was wrong. She was wrong. It's not my fault. That's not what they did. They looked at the bigger picture. That's how communities are built. Otherwise, if you wonder what happens when people can't control themselves and have bad akhlaq and are ill-mannered and they can't forgive, go look at your local communities and you'll notice that there are 5 masajid in one city. Most of those are because people couldn't be tolerant with one another. People didn't have tolerance. Had they did what Muhammad Ali just said right now, we wouldn't have 5 masjids, we'd have 1 big masjid. Maybe a few other musallas for the convenience of salah, but you wouldn't have 5 different masajid there. That wouldn't happen. I think I'm past my time, or maybe I'm going to be soon past my time. But I will say one thing. I've studied history, my friends. And one thing I noticed was that there were some key points in Islamic history that I think of. And I think to myself, subhanAllah, if that person didn't act out with bad akhlaq, history would have been so different. Do you guys understand the point that I'm making? Like thousands of lives would have been saved. Thousands of lives could have been saved if one person just had better akhlaq. If one person just had a little bit more knowledge, things could have been so different. (7-11). What did I say, guys?
7-11.
7-11.
Why did I say 7-11? Mahaini, I do coffee these days. Yeah. I don't do your burnt percolator tea. Why did I say 7-11? Any idea? No? Any guess? Wild guess? Why 7-11?
You really like their big gulp?
What did he say? What did you say?
You really like their big gulp?
No.
You're not talking about that. There was an attack in London on that day or something like that.
No, I'm not talking about that either.
Okay.
I'm referring to the year 7-11. That was the year that the armies were sent out to conquer Spain and Hind. Muzammil. Allah. Muzammil, salam to you.
Alaikum Sheikh. Alaikum assalam.
MashaAllah. You brought joy to my life. That comment of yours. I don't know if it was before I said it or after you said it, but regardless, it brought joy to my heart. Both of these people, it's a fascinating story. On one side, Muhammad bin Qasim is sent. On the other side, what's his name? Musa bin Nusayr and Tariq bin Ziyad is sent to by the Umayyads. It's a long history, so I'm not going to go into the details of it. But the Khalifa, massive air quotations here, who Sulaiman bin Abdul Malik, Walid bin Abdul Malik, they were 2 brothers. So one becomes Khalifa, and he's the one who sends these 2 out. And he doesn't want his brother to become Khalifa, he wants his son to become Khalifa. So he plots to poison his brother. The Khalifa plots to poison who? His own brother. He fails. And when he fails, he dies. The brother becomes Khalifa. The brother is so angry with his brother for trying to, the new Khalifa is so upset with his brother for trying to poison him, that he basically recalls all the generals and soldiers that were appointed by his brother from the army, from the field. You guys hear me?
Yes, Mufti.
And guess who also is called back? Both Muhammad bin Qasim and Tariq bin Ziyad. One is on one frontier, the other one's on the other frontier. They're both recalled. And there are obviously many different narratives, but one of the more common position among historians is that they were both imprisoned then. This Tariq bin Ziyad that Mahaini is referring to, he was imprisoned, and Muhammad bin Qasim was also, what did I say?
Imprisoned.
Imprisoned. And according to the most common reports, they both actually died in prisons. They both died where? In prisons.
Prison.
What a sad story, man. Is that sad or is it sad? You tell me.
It's terrible.
I mean, I get it. I mean, someone tried to poison him. That's grounds for being upset. Like, I get it. If there's like something that's a ground for being upset, that's right there, you know. But if that guy did a little bit sabr, things could have been a little different. And you never know which moment in your life, which interaction in your life actually has an impact on the ummah at large until you look at it retrospectively. That's where every one of you is so important. When I think of Muzammil, he just jumped in right now, brings so much joy that he's here. You know, if I'm correct, again, Muzammil, correct me. I think now he's serving the community in California. Is that correct? Muzammil, are you back? I haven't.
Yeah, I don't know where I am, but not in California.
You're not, he doesn't know where he is. This is a Qalandar Admi. Qalandar doesn't know where he is. That's why we call it Qalandar. Mastwar. Yeah, he's a Mastwar. He's in Mastadni. He's in his own world. But you know, you don't know which interaction of yours is going to have a big impact on someone, my friends. You have to have good akhlaq. Good akhlaq. You find someone's down, ask them, message them, text them. You know, ask how they're doing. Be kind to people. Be loving to people. And if that's one thing you can offer to the dunya has become a better place by your existence. But if you miss this point, then you've missed so much. Khair, Ustad Atif is here, and that's a signal for me. So I will, inshallah, stop here. I pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala blesses us with good akhlaq. Dunya asked about what are some good areas to develop your character in. Start off by not carrying grudges. And all of your grudges. End them all. That's what you call taking the Band-Aid and just ripping it off. Rip it off. Throw it in the garbage. Get rid of all your grudges. Do tawbah today. You guys know the hadith of that one companion who the Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam says the next person entering will go to Jannah? You guys know that narration?
Yes, Mufti.
Yeah. And the Sahabi went and investigated. I'm not going to go through the whole story, but he went and investigated what was so special about this person. And what did he find out?
He doesn't hold any grudges. At the end of the day, he forgives everyone.
Allahu Akbar. What in the hadith of Tirmidhi, where Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said to Anas bin Malik radiyallahu anhu, Ya bunayya in istata'ta, oh my young son, if you have the ability to sleep every night with your heart free of any sort of animosity and ill feelings towards another person, then do that. فَذَاكَ مِن sunnati, and that is my sunnah, and whoever follows my sunnah has loved me. وَمَنْ أَحَبَّنِي كَانَ مَعِي فِي الْجَنَّةِ, and whoever loves me will be with me in Jannah. If you really desire Jannah that much, get rid of all the grudges. Get rid of every one of them. Every one of them. And then Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said, whoever does this has followed my sunnah. Whoever follows my sunnah has loved me. وَمَنْ أَحَبَّنِي كَانَ مَعِي فِي الْجَنَّةِ. Dunya asks for something, there you go. That's your, not just for her, it's for everyone. That's your bench right there. Start there. You know, deal with your akhlaq. خير. سبحان الله بحمده سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك نشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت نستغفرك ونتوب إليك.
Jazakallah khair, Mufti Kamani, for the advice on adab and the, it's very necessary for us all to hear that. So we're going to go ahead and continue. We did have a Q&A that was allotted for that time, but we'll just push that to the general Q&A after this next session. So this next session is called The Pursuit of Knowledge and How to Remain a Student Your Entire Life. Oftentimes we see our teachers and see how their journeys seem to be a bit different than ours, but that doesn't mean we can't take lesson from their journeys as well. So we'll actually have Sister Fusaina. She will be moderating this session with the different instructors. So if all the instructors can log in and make sure their cameras are on, and as well as Sister Fusaina, she will go ahead and start. Jazakallah khair.
Alaikum rahmatullah.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Altaf, are we still waiting on anyone?
We can start.
We should start. Okay. All right. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. I think Altaf already introduced this session. And the reason we had this session is obviously as folks who've gone through the Qalam programs in some degree, our hearts are with pursuing knowledge and with learning. And we are often told that this is a lifelong journey, right? Being a student is a lifelong journey. And then we graduate, we leave Arlington to better places in the world, alhamdulillah. And, I had and so we start to feel that disconnect, right? And we feel like we've been set adrift, right? Like a kite whose string has been cut. And so we wanted to hear from y'all to get some advice on how do we remain students for life. Especially one of the things that Atifa brought up as well is that for many of us who've gone through the Qalam program, sometimes our experiences are different from that of our teachers, right? Where we hear from a lot of our teachers about studying for a long period of time, years on end, concentrated full-time study, and then coming back to the community. And that's not always the experience of the Qalam students. So we just wanted to have this conversation about how do we remain a student. So the first question I guess I will ask to start us off is, what exactly do we mean when we say being a student for life? So that's what I'd like us to start with. How would you all define being a student for life? Sheikh, do you want to start, Sheikh Abdul-Nasser?
Sure.
Okay.
Sheikh Mikaeel.
Khalid, can you mute your Khalid? Thank you. Okay. Okay. So, Bismillah. When it comes to being a student for life, one of the things that I found interesting is when you look at how Imam Ghazali and others defined learning or the process of a student. One of the things that they said was gathering, learning, practice, and then spreading. Imam Ghazali gave these 4 steps. It's in Bidayatul Hidayah: gathering, learning, practice, spreading. And I think traditionally we had, for a long time, people who would spend large portions of their life, 12, 13, 14, 15 years studying. It's just the gathering and learning with amal, and then another portion of the life spreading. But I think we can kind of modify that somewhat in our time, where there's a portion you're constantly doing all 4 of those things. So throughout your years post Qalam, you're studying different texts based on the guidance of your teachers. You're taking different classes with them, but the 4-step process is always happening. So gathering, learning, amal, and then spreading is always taking place in different areas. So that's just like, generally speaking, how I'm approaching various different topics that I want to brush up on or go into that I've never gone into. I look at it from that Ghazalian approach of 4 steps: gather, learn, amal, and spread. That's kind of the stage or evolution of the student. And the thing I want to say is, if you spent 8 years, 9 years just on the study phase, well, I don't think we should look at it that way. I think we should look at it as, throughout life, I'm doing all 4 of these things as I learn and as I come across new subjects that I'll be going into. It's just some thoughts that came to my mind about remaining a student all the time. And one more, if I may, and one small one, if I may. For those of you who were taking classes with me, you kind of know where I'm going to go with this one. But the concept of just reading and reading and reading. And I'm so happy to hear Sheikh Abdul Nasser address this, because it's been something that for the last few weeks I've been working on, which is, don't be so focused on the amount of consumption of just pages in comparison to the amount of faham and understanding that is gained. And so I think that's very important. It's not just about reading, but it's also a process of reading and comprehension, reading and making sure that true understanding has been reached when it comes to reading, which means slowing down, going over it with your teachers and things like that. I have a method that I've come across for the last 4 months I've been using. That will be too much into the exacts of it. I want to stay general with staying a student, but maybe some other time I can touch upon that comprehension method.
In terms of always remaining a student and to continue learning, some kind of a regimen is very, very important. There's nothing more dangerous. There's nothing more, that stunts a person's growth and limits a person's development and potential more than just this mentality or attitude of, I'm done, I finished, pack it away, put it up, and then move on. And I know that that's nothing earth-shattering to say, but sometimes it's the simple things, honestly, that make the biggest difference, right? If I'm talking to someone, getting advice from them on improving my health, and they're just telling me, they're like, cut down on your sugars and, exercise every day for 30 minutes. And I'm sitting there waiting for some kind of advice that I've never heard of before. Then, honestly, I'm going to be missing out, and I'm not going to improve myself very much. So a lot of times it's the simple things that make a big difference, and maintaining that regimen, that schedule, that exercise of reading and studying and constantly seeking and increasing in knowledge and in understanding is very, very important. And because we have a very huge combination of, different levels of our students here, I'm going to kind of parse this out a little bit, and please understand, I don't mean to put anyone in any kind of a box or limit anyone by my comments. there's just realities, right? There's realities. If someone's asking, you know, if a middle school kid is asking about how to keep improving, you know, their reading ability versus a high school student versus a college student versus a graduate student, the advice is going to be very different. And so it's just a recognition of everyone is on a journey, and inshallah everyone reaches the same destination, which is paradise and the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But we're just at different stages in the journey. So if someone is at the point where they've done the Arabic program and they've gained, which is a huge, phenomenal blessing and gift from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and that is the ability to read and understand and translate classical Arabic, at that point in time, you have to continue your reading. You have to continue, you know, focusing on the quality of the exercise at that particular juncture. The quality of the exercise is very important. That you take 2, 3, 4, 5 lines a day and you read them. You make sure you get the vowel markings, the i'rab of all of it correctly, and you're able to translate it word for word, letter for letter. If someone is at the point where they did the second year of the seminary, the Islamic studies part of the program, then after that point, there's 2 things that you want to focus on. You want to actually go back and read through the material that you have read and covered, because there's so much covered, it's so condensed that you want to be able to deepen and develop more proficiency and familiarity with the knowledge you've gained, number 1. And number 2 is at that juncture, at that state, it's very important to still continue to benefit from, even if they're general teachings, but the teachings and the lectures of teachers and scholars. You need to continue to remain open to that, because what you're picking up there, you might be like, you know, Mufti Kamani is teaching Arba'in Nawawi. We memorized and studied Arba'in Nawawi during the second year of the seminary anyways. But what you're picking up in between there is some of the deeper understandings, the nuggets, the wisdom, the experience that a book necessarily can't teach you. So you'll be depriving yourself of a lot of that benefit. Sheikh Muntasir is doing a weekly dars on Riyadus Salihin. Oh, Riyadus Salihin is, you know, after Isha halaqas in the masjid. But again, there's going to be a lot between the lines there that you're going to gain. He's going to make a reference to a book that you're not familiar with. He's going to make a reference to muhaddith whose name you never heard of before. And now that's a little breadcrumb that you can follow to gaining more knowledge. So you need to continue to benefit from even the general lectures of scholars and teachers. And then for someone who's in the course of studying the Alamiya studies, and you're still a student of knowledge, this is something Mufti Kamani talks about a lot in our instructor meetings as well as part of the tarbiyah for students, that while you're an enrolled student, then during that time, focus on what you are actually studying and any kind of supplemental readings the teachers are giving you. So when Sheikh Mikaeel is, you know, teaching tafsir, for example, or he's teaching Abu Dawood and he's saying that reference and look at Awnul Ma'bud, then you have extra time to read, go read that. Mufti Kamani is referencing Mirqat al-Mafatih, then go read that. Sheikh Muntasir is telling you to look up, you know, these ruwat in these texts and things like that, then go look it up over there. So when you're actually in the course of study, focus on that. And any extra energy and time and enthusiasm you have, channel that into your actual curriculum. But let's talk about Alamiya graduates. After you graduate from like in a full Alamiya program, because we do have some of them here, and also many of y'all are on that track, inshallah, bidnillah. After that point, that is when the phase really profoundly begins of now vastly increasing your intake. And that's when you start reading and reading and reading and reading and reading, right? And you never really stop, you know? So you take on tafsir and then you just say, you know what? You just start at the beginning of Tafsir al-Qurtubi. Sorry, these kittens, they're always like tugging on all the wires. So you begin reading from Tafsir al-Qurtubi, and then you're just reading and reading and reading and reading. And or if you're in hadith and you're plowing through Fath al-Mulhim, or Fath al-Bari, or you're in fiqh, then you pick up, Fath al-Qadir, or you pick up, Bada' Sana'i', or whatever the case may be, and you are just basically reading through it. And this is kind of an overwhelming word. It's a big word, not so much in its construction, but in its meaning and what it implies. But there's a very scary word that students of knowledge and even many ulama are afraid of around the globe, and that word is isti'ab, right? But let me qualify this. There's a lot of materials that are reference materials, and you pick them up and you look up what you're looking for. But there's a particular benefit to doing isti'ab of something. And we've had a lot of instructor discussions, and that's why some of the curriculum changes for some of y'all who are from the first few years, you've seen a lot of curriculum changes at Qalam, where students are doing Sharh al-Wiqaya and, our focus in terms of Mishkat, or, the introduction of Jalalain into the curriculum, and so on and so forth. And a lot of that was motivated by that same kind of attitude for isti'ab, because there's a particular benefit, a holistic understanding you gain when you do read through something. I don't know if you can still hear me. Let me know if y'all can still hear me.
Okay. We can hear you, Chair.
They disconnected something. I'm not sure what they disconnected. Hey, guys. So,
but since you started, since we have so many different folks here, can you define what isti'ab is?
Isti'ab basically means to encompass something, right? It's almost kind of like the idea of like the circumference of something, to completely envelop something and cover something in its totality, in its entirety. And there's a particular benefit you gain from that, where you develop a very holistic understanding of the material. You're studying even scholarly methodology, the philosophy of different scholars and different eras of scholars. So that's something that I would very seriously advise, that's a critical, essential part of the journey of a student of knowledge, that you have to really exhaust yourself. It almost has to become just a very tireless, kind of part of your life, that you are just constantly consuming more and more knowledge and understanding and wisdom and insight and depth that the ulama have basically left behind.
Mufti Kamani?
I had a few thoughts on this beautiful question of being a student of knowledge for life. So there are a few things that I wanted to say. I'm going to try to keep it brief. So each of these probably can turn into a lengthy discussion, but I'm going to be brief. So if you have a pen and paper, maybe you can note some of these down and reflect over them later on. I think a part of being a student of knowledge for life is first and foremost being aware of your own reality. Self-knowledge, which is about knowing yourself, where your strengths are, where your weaknesses are, how much you know, how much you don't know, being honest with yourself. There's a persona, but then there's the reality. So having that real conversation with yourself and knowing where your weaknesses are. You might be someone who's been studying Arabic for 1 year or 5 years, but still realize there are gaps in your Arabic. And until you don't know that, there's nothing that can be done about it. You have to first know that. And it happens. Look, I'll be very honest. And it's not something that you should feel guilty over. For some people, learning languages just takes a longer time. It does. You might be in your 4th year of the Alamiya program and still be making mistakes in your Arabic. There's no need to shy away from that. I think the thing to have shame over is not admitting your weakness. And not trying. That's another thing. Not trying. That's something that's shameful of a student of knowledge. But having weaknesses even far out in your life, it happens. I'm telling you. I do jiu-jitsu, and I know people who are far along their way and they're still struggling with fundamentals, and they openly admit it. They'll go to the coach and say, hey, I'm struggling with my fulan escape, just escaping from so-and-so position. So there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's something that just being aware of your own knowledge, self-knowledge, and also being aware of your reality. Someone who's 15 years old, someone who's 19 years old, someone who's 25 years old, someone who's 35 years old, they have 5, different realities. You have to know your reality. Classically speaking, there are examples, so many examples of ulama who traveled the world for knowledge. But then there were others who had realities that didn't allow them to travel the world. They had to stick to Baghdad. They had to stick to Misr. They had to stick to one of the hubs, Medina. That was where they could go. They had to go to Andalus. And there were some who couldn't go beyond that. They were in the Mawara al-Nahr area, and that was it. That was as far as they could go. Just that was their reality. There were wars. The Crusades Crusaders had launched attacks against the Muslim lands, and they couldn't move freely. They were restricted to certain areas. So knowing that, I think of everyone thinks that they're a sellout. Not sellout, sorry, that their version of studying knowledge is nothing compared to the previous generation. That may be true in terms of just the whole experience, but your experience needs to be a good experience. You don't need someone else's experience. You should learn from them how they took the most out of their circumstances, and you can take the most out of yours. I look at examples of scholars in Islamic history, so many of them to name, who spent some prime years of their education and also prime years of their dawah in prisons. You think that's ideal? No, that's not ideal. But they made the most of it. You have Sheikh Ahmad Sarhindi, a famous scholar from the subcontinent, from the Punjab region, who was imprisoned by Akbar. And when he's imprisoned by Akbar, Punjab, Saad Abaidullah, he's imprisoned by Akbar, who was this famous king. I don't know if he was actually a king per se, but emperor, probably more appropriate. He's this ruler of the subcontinent. He imprisons him. What does Sheikh Ahmad Sarhindi do there? His circumstances aren't ideal. He wants to do dawah. He can't leave the prison. So what does he do? He starts giving dawah to the prisoners. And his biographers, they write that when he left the prison, all of the people in his cell block were punctual in tahajjud. They said that you could hear people from outside the prison walls crying at the time of tahajjud, making dua. You can hear their tears outside. That's what he turned the prison into, because that's what he had. So accepting your reality, I think that's a big part of it. If you don't accept your reality and you keep looking at the ideal, you're going to keep viewing yourself as inferior, and that inferiority is going to hold you down from actually living your potential. And I look at myself, okay? I studied in an Alamiya program, which was 7 years. The program that I studied was a 7-year program, okay? Now, some of you are saying that, oh, but we're studying a 5-year program. Does that mean our knowledge is less? From one perspective, maybe yes, but from the other perspective, that 5 years, depending on what you take from it. It all depends on what you take from it. Because the programs before ours, the Alamiya programs before we studied, I studied in some madaris where the program was 10 years. I think in the standard Ottoman curriculum was 10, 15 years, something like this. 10 or 15 years, I don't remember exactly, but it was a very lengthy window. Like you had to do that, otherwise you weren't viewed. So, I think people need to adjust to their realities. That's the first thing. The second thing that I would say is, once you know what your realities are, approach the areas that you need to develop, either clean up your skills or develop new skills. Figure out, where do I need to fix my skill set? Someone can come to Ustad Ubaidullah and say, Ustad Ubaidullah, I'm not good at reading asanid. I get really confused with this badal business. It's not easy for me. Or ghayr munsarif. This is all Arabic terminology that you guys are very much familiar with. I don't understand this. So now you're cleaning up a skill set, or you're building a new skill set. For example, someone says that I would like to learn the classical understanding of mustalahul hadith, right? In its purest raw form, pre-Ibn Salah, just in its raw form. I want it like that. That's a new skill set. Go and learn it. Develop new skills, right? And we always seek to, generally we are inclined to seek knowledge that we think we connect to, that benefits us. I encourage you to go and learn those things that you don't even connect with, that don't match your personality. Learn it, because you might not need it today, but you'll need it tomorrow. When I was a student in madrasa, I didn't like Qalam and mantiq. I didn't like it. But when I graduated, I realized that those were the two most important things I could have ever studied, Qalam and mantiq. Now that I understood mantiq, teaching fiqh became so much more easier. Now every fiqh discussion, I can teach it without quoting a hadith or Quranic verse, simply by using mantiq, because there's no arguing back with mantiq. And for those of you that have studied my fiqh class at Quduri, that's what I do. I basically use mantiq when I teach the book, because that's how fiqh is developed, at least the Hanafi fiqh, okay? So, develop new skills. I'm gonna try to be a little bit more brief. When you're developing new skills, you're gonna need to take risks. So be open to taking risks. which also means you might fail, and be open to that possibility as well. A casual thing that you can do to make yourself a student of knowledge is widen your circle of people. Surround yourself by people of knowledge, طلاب العلم and ulama. Try not to be the smartest person or the most qualified person in a gathering. You know, it's kind of like in real estate. They say you shouldn't own the most expensive house on the street because your ceiling is set. You want to be in the middle or the bottom, because if someone sells a house at a higher price point, everyone's value goes up. Does that make sense to you guys, that analogy? Right? So try to widen your circle. Another thing that I'll say, two things that I'll say. The next thing is take the courage to enroll into programs. Self-studying is one thing, studying with your local imam is one thing, but being a part of a structured program is a whole different ballgame, right? For many reasons. So enroll into programs. Don't just think about it, do it. And the last thing that I'll say is develop true love for ilm. Your love for ilm can't be weak. If your love for ilm is weak, your journey of knowledge will be short-lived. But if your love for ilm is there, and it's really like you're willing to shift the heavens and the earth for it, then you will go there. And you know, Sheikh Abdul Fattah Abu Ghudda's beautiful book, Safahat, you know, it shows you how far people were willing to go. Small book. I always reference this book because it's small. That's why I reference this book, because it's one of those books you can pick up and read within one day and be done. It's one of those books, you know, not something you have to dedicate volumes to read or anything like that. Simple book. You read that, you see these people had love for ilm, and that's how you can only do something for life if you love it. If you don't love it, you can't do it. And you look at, again, just I won't cite any examples, I'm going to reference them. Ulama of the past who were studying knowledge till the day they died, right? Till the day they died. You know, so many of them. One of our teachers, Sheikh Ahmed Umarji, rahimahullah rahmatan wasi'ah, he passed away in the library. It was a weekend after Fajr Salah. He was in the library reading his books. And he was responsible of distributing the loaned book to students, because students couldn't afford books, so they would loan books from the madrasa. He would write all their names on. Did you guys have this in your madrasa too? Sheikh? I don't know if you guys had this, but the madrasa would loan out books and they would write your name down, and at the end of the year you had to submit them back. So he had his library. It was a small little closet. It was a closet, like a little big closet, and it was like and it had this books everywhere. And when one of the students came to him, it was a weekend. It wasn't a class day. On the weekend, they came to give him his tea after Fajr. And when they came there, they found him there. He had passed away in the library. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant us tawfiq.
Jazakallah khairan, Mufti Kamani. I think I had a bunch of questions written down, and I think that y'all, mashallah, managed to touch all of them, alhamdulillah. And, you know, I think we have a Q&A coming up after probably a break, and there's a few questions in the chat as well. So we had the poll, I guess, that we have. So I think what I'll do is for this particular topic, I'm going to put together some of the questions that are related to this topic, and inshallah, we can present them during the Q&A, inshallah ta'ala. Atifa, sounds good?
Okay, Jazakallah khair. So what we're gonna do now is we do have the Q&A coming up. We'll take a little bit of a break, about a 5-ish minute break, 6-minute break. We'll start again at 1 p.m. just so everyone can get like a little bit of a stretch. So you've probably been sitting for a while, and then we'll jump back on at 1 o'clock with the Q&A, inshallah. Okay? Right, Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So we'll wait a second for the instructors to log back on, but we'll be starting the Q&A session, inshallah.
I guess in the meantime, people can make sure you can start typing out your questions, I guess, into the chat box or on the, I don't know how to pronounce that thing. Slido.
So yeah, we do have, you guys can, feel free to write down your questions in the chat. I'm going to post the link for the Slido thingy in the chat box as well. There are a number of questions there, so we'll address those. Before we actually we'll start with the Q&A, I wanted to go ahead and appreciate all of the people who have been involved in making sure this retreat for everyone happens. So specifically, we have, since the last alumni retreat we had last year, a group of people expressed interest in terms of in terms of making these retreats and other programming for alumni continue to happen, and really put in a lot of effort to make that happen. So I'd like to thank Sister Rabia, Sada Baydullah, Sister Fasaina, Sister Fatima, Sister Jasmine, and Brother Mahmoud for really putting in a lot of effort. Specifically, I'd like to thank Sister Rabia for having to deal with me in terms of communication back and forth with the instructors to make sure that this event took place and is at the as best as we could possibly do it. I know there was a little bit of back and forth in terms of the dates and everything, but inshallah, we were hoping that, something a little bit closer to the school year, making sure that everybody, all the instructors and students had a little bit of break after the school year ended to, give our energy and time to this session to make sure it's most beneficial for everyone, inshallah. So Jazakallah khair for all of the organizers, Jazakallah khair for all the instructors for joining, and of course, again, the attendees for joining and, being a part of this community and this network that we can all benefit from, inshallah. Okay. So we'll go ahead and get started. So what I did was I first went through the questions that were already submitted on the Slido thing, and tried to organize them a little bit because there were some common themes that we saw among some of the questions. So we'll go ahead and start with, there was a few questions related to the idea of mentorship. So, this gathering includes a number of different groups of students. Not everybody has graduated from the same program and definitely not with like the same experience, considering things have changed a lot at the seminary over the past few years. So, and also, the number of teachers is different, the teachers that you have, the subjects that you studied. So everyone's had a little bit of a different experience, but particularly the one's relationship with their teachers has differed over the different years. So questions have been asked, and any of the teachers can chime in, but I'm gonna kind of just present a few of those questions, and you guys can see which ones you want to answer. So the first one related to mentorship is, the idea of mentorship post-graduation, what is the responsibility of the student in maintaining this relationship? A second related question is, what do you mean when you say maintain a relationship with your teachers? I feel like I have nothing to say, and I definitely don't want to waste your time. And a third one specifically in regards to grads who are involved in the community. When working in the community, what should one typically consult seniors on? How much can be done without doing so? So if the instructors could address these questions.
I'll start because mine is more limited in you know, I have a relationship mainly with the year one graduates, and there haven't been too many of them either, but I'll just give you some examples from the summer and what I thought is a good you know, example of that relationship. So a few students who were just, you know, maybe who hadn't kept in touch as much throughout the year, especially graduates from last year, you know, check-ins on Eid and things like that, just quick salam. But when they were going to do something, when they were going to be teaching an Arabic class or something, you know, they just shot me a quick message saying, I'm doing this, do you have any advice? Or can we get on the phone for a few minutes so I can talk it out? And I think that is solely the students' initiative, right? Like I didn't reach out and say like, if you're teaching a class and you need help and reach out, but they just knew and they took that first step, and then I was able to make time and talk to them on the phone for 15, 20 minutes and hear out their pitch and maybe give them some ideas, and then they started doing their thing. And right, and I think on the students' part, just knowing that the teachers are available in that sense, and that responsibilities as far as when you need something, like don't feel shy to ask for it or ask for that help, because all the teachers here want to provide that. And of course, sometimes, you know, there might be a delay in the response, and I say this all the time, and I apologize, you know, if I miss something, I definitely want, like I missed it, I definitely want to get to it. So like reminders, we're not bothered by reminders about stuff that we missed. It's like, yes, sorry, we missed it. A reminder is actually very helpful because we can actually make sure we get it done. Nobody wants to like avoid any students or anything like that. It's just a matter of losing it, as honest as we can be about that. So I think that just taking small steps when you need help. And I'll speak again from another side of the coin as well. You know, as when I graduated the second year and there was no more years and I was, you know, teaching or I was doing something else, with Sheikh Nasser, my check-in was very similar in that way. Like if I needed help with something, even khutbahs, like Sheikh Nasser knows how I would run my khutbahs by him. It would literally be maybe like, you know, 5 bullet points. Like, here's the topic I was thinking of. Here are the 5 bullet points, like the flow. I didn't have to write out the whole thing. When I cite or reference a tiny, like a hadith, Sheikh Nasser understands the point that I'm going to be extracting from this hadith for this topic. I don't need to spill it all out, right? I can just give 5 points in the topic, and he would, you know, shoot me back a text or a voice note and just say, oh, move this around, you know, maybe mention this point first and then add this hadith in there or add this in there, and then it looks good and go for it. You know, and it didn't take a lot of time on my part, but I had to present something. I put something forth. It wasn't, I'll say this just as general practice that I had to try to do with teachers. And it's just easier is when you have like throw the question out there instead of like, do you have a minute? And then waiting for the response of a minute. And then, yeah, how are you? And then the request, like just throw it out there with whatever work you've done. I think that it just helps facilitate it. Like, I've done this, I need help with this. Whenever you get a minute, can you shoot me a voice note back? And I just think in this world of everyone being digital and busy with a lot of things, it helps to stay in touch in that way. I don't know if that made any sense.
MashaAllah. So if I can chime in, Jazakallah khair, Ustad. Love it, alhamdulillah. I love the part about taking the initiative. It's our responsibility to reach out. I love that. That's so important. And one of my intentions whenever I reach out to my teacher is to be in their mind, so to speak. I just want them to think about me, kind of. I know it sounds weird. Maybe I'm weird, but maybe the shuyukh are with me. I want them to make dua for me. I want them to, we call it tawajjuh, and I'm not, it's just attention. Like their heart is thinking about you. That's all. And how do you do that? A message. How are you? Just wanted to say salam, things like that. So I love what you brought up. I want to bring up another dynamic. I'm only going to take about 45 seconds, inshallah, because I want everyone to, this is so important for everyone to chime in. One of the things I learned is you have to understand there are different types of instructors that you will have. And for lack of better terms, I'm going to create 3 terms. You're going to have a sheikh, a mentor, and a teacher. A sheikh, a mentor, and a teacher. Now, I have instructors who are my teachers who I do not seek life advice from. I didn't have that relationship with them, or for whatever reason may be, right? And those were my teachers. They taught me maybe usul of this. They taught me maybe Jalalain. They taught me, it could be any book, but they were my teacher subject specific. And that was our relationship for the most part. Then I had mentors. These were people who, even if they weren't my teacher that year, I could ask them life questions. I could just get life advice from, man. Like, what do I do? My wife is mad at me. Like, I don't know. You taught me nahu, but I'm asking you about my wife, whatever it may be. And those were my mentors, so to speak. And then on a deeper level or nuanced level, I had my sheikh, which for me was someone who specifically spiritual reform and advice, I would ask that person for that information. And so I had different relationships with my instructors, if we use that as a broad category, and I would approach them based on that relationship. I hope that kind of helps and get you to understand. Now, why is this important? I'll give you an example. I'm going to use names. You don't know these shuyukh, but I'm going to use names. My own classmates, my sheikh, for some of my classmates was just an instructor. And I have classmates whose sheikh is my mentor. Do you get it? Because of, it has nothing to do with qualifications at all. It's all about how you vibe and your chemistry with that particular instructor. Do you get what I mean by that, guys? You know, so I hope this helps you. This is one thing that I had to understand on my own and even readjust people. Here I am at the age of 37, graduated 8-9 years ago. I'm reaching back to old instructors saying, I need you as a mentor. I'm reaching back to old mentors and saying, I need a new sheikh or whatever it may be. So anyways, I just wanted to share that. I hope that gives you a little insight on how you can interact with different teachers. I didn't want to go too long when I want everyone to get a chance to talk on this one. Assalamu alaikum. MashaAllah. Okay, that was my 2 cents on that issue. MashaAllah. She's growing, man. Beautiful.
Oh yeah, let me show her. Radhia, dekho. Ye kya hai, Radhia? Ye dekho. Wow. Billy.
Yeah. You just scared Mufti Kamani. He's gonna leave.
Billy?
Give us his chair again.
Where's Billy? She's just staring.
No, I think, you know, between what Ustad Bedla said and what Sheikh Mikaeel said, I think they covered it. I think Sheikh Mikaeel's distribution of the fact that creating, you know, a little bit more of a realistic understanding that different people connect with different people and different individuals in your life will serve different purposes and different functions. Some will be instructors, meaning they taught you a particular subject, and there's a lot of benefit in that. Mm-hmm. You know, Sheikh Abdul Raziq, one of my teachers, he was like kind of the Aqidah Qalam specialist where we studied, and I studied Aqidah and Qalam with him, and I benefited from him a lot in that regard. And I go and I say salam to him out of respect, and even a couple of times I had some questions about our own curriculum, and I asked him questions. And that's it. There's not a lot more discussion even about life or personally what's going on with you or whatnot. And then there are some teachers, you know, Sheikh Aziz Rahman, who we studied hadith from. It's obviously hadith, but there's also like a learning of how to be a scholar from him, you know. And then there's, of course, you know, Mufti Naeem Sahib Rahimahullah, who was the mentor, somebody that, you know, gave me guidance in all these different areas of life. And so, yeah, it's very important. I think that creates a little bit more of a realistic picture. Sister Fusaina asked a very particular question, and that was, what is the responsibility of the student, kind of, you know, in that regard? Please forgive me. But I will not I don't want this to sound self-serving, so I will use myself as the example in the place of the student. What I understood my responsibility was once a year, sometimes even twice a year, to fly halfway across the world and go and camp out at the Jamia, at the madrasa for 5 days. You know, what Mufti Kamani, and I apologize for speaking on his behalf, but what I saw him understand to be his responsibility was that to redirect his flights and to take like connecting flights and land in the UK and then drive, you know, from London out to Bury and then just go camp out there for 3-4 days. Like, see, that's the responsibility of the student. And I know that sounds like, I promise I'm not telling you to do that with me because I probably don't like you that much. All right. I'm, you know, one of my teachers would say, "Bada badtameez aadmi ho," right? Just don't mind me. Okay. So I'm not talking about me. I promise to y'all, I'm not talking about me, but it's just a lot of that responsibility is on the student. And yes, I'm very weary. We talk about this all the time. All of us instructors together, we talk about it all the time, that there is, and I'm not going to get into it because I don't want to detract. This is a beneficial gathering to talk about beneficial things. There are places, there are situations, there are circles where, whatever you want to call it, abuse or taking advantage of people's, yes, I know, buddy, I see you. Taking advantage of people's loyalties and people's affection, they get taken advantage of. You know, I'm not talking about any of that, like subjecting yourself for mistreatment and to be devalued. We're not talking about that. But I'm just being very honest with you as a student that the bulk of the responsibility is on my part. Now, of course, the red flag, Mufti Kamani was talking about red flags in terms of character. A red flag is that if you are going that out of your way and then the teacher is not kind of at least, you know, reciprocating in some fashion. Like when I showed up from overseas, Mufti Naeem Saab is like a really busy person. But then he would have breakfast with me. He would have lunch with me. He would have tea with me. He would free up his schedule with me. If I didn't come back from Salah straight to his office, he'd immediately send someone after me. Nasir ka hai, Nasir ko dhund ke lao. Right? Go find Nasir. Where did Nasir go? And so he would make time. He would actually insist that I stay in his house. He had a guest room and he would insist that I would stay in his house. I'm definitely not going to ask you to stay at my house, but you understand, right? You understand. So yes, the reciprocation needs to be there. And if somebody's going really truly out of their way and then they're just being mistreated, then that's a red flag. And then, you know, we can talk about that individually and personally as needed. But generally speaking, the first kind of reaching out happens from the student. And I say that not as a teacher, I'm saying that as a student. It's kind of like, it's not my parents' job. I'm a grown man now. My parents are senior, they are elderly. It's not their job to call me. It's not their job to come and see me. It's my job to call them. It's my job to go every day and sit with them. That's my job. That's not their job. So, you know, there's a similar kind of dynamic, you know, so I hope that makes sense.
Can a little light be shed on specifically for some people who are already involved in community work? What can they and what can't they do without consulting their teachers?
Sheikh Mikaeel.
Go ahead. I'll be brief. Muhammad. Okay, so the question, just to reiterate, you're in the community, you're doing work, you have a position, and how often do you bug your teachers to ask them advice? This is a good question. Someone said in the beginning questions, wasting the Sheikh's time. That was specifically mentioned. When a student reaches out to me, and I'm very sure the teachers have the same sentiment, the level of prioritization that you get over the other people is higher. So a message from one of y'all is different from other people. Why? Because of the nisbah of teacher student because of that relationship. So I never see it as wasting time. I get messages here and there from you guys, and right away, you're the second priority after family. No joke, seriously. And the point of how much to ask, I think regularly updating will keep you safe. What do I mean by safe? Sometimes you only ask when you think you don't know, but you don't know when you don't know. And so when you regularly update once every 2 weeks or so, once every week or something, then that's like, hey, wait, what are you doing in this? You update, say, hey, I'm starting a new program at the masjid, or like, hey, so what are you starting? And then you start to pull out great beneficial knowledge you weren't going to ask if it wasn't for the fact that you were just doing an update, a check-in. It's like going to the doctor and the doctor's like, well, you tell me, how are you doing? Oh, there's nothing. I just every now and then get a headache. What you mean you get a headache? let's talk about that. What do you mean? Oh, no, it's no big deal. I just need to sleep. Well, how do you know that? Let's talk about that. So those are just a few thoughts that came to my mind. Number one, you're never bugging your teachers. You're not. Trust me, you're not. Number two, because your relationship is a tighter relationship. Number two is the last thing I just said is, yeah.
If you are bugging them, they'll let you know that you're bugging them.
Oh, straight up. Well, Sheikh will. I'm kind of like,
Sheikh's like, I'm a nice person. I don't tell people that.
So I guess that's another level of closeness. You know, sometimes, this is a deep down, going down the other way, but you know, one guy messaged me. He was like, the other teacher didn't message me back. I was like, so what? Message him. He's busy, you know, it's not personal. Go reach out again, message him. And then he messages, like, oh, he got back to me. I was like, see, it's not a big deal. It's just whatever, you know, it's.
I appreciate you watching my back like that, Sheikh. I appreciate you.
I was trying to be ambiguous, man. You know, and so it's really brief. I'm just saying that you're not gonna, just know that you have a closer relationship with the teacher. So to reach out and just say, Salam, how's everything going? Or to do the update, I think that's the best way, because you don't always know when you're going into a rough patch. So if you just do updates, that's the best way to get guidance before things happen. So that's my just 2 cents real quick.
Mufti sir?
I agree with everything that's been said. I would say that when you are in a position, or Dua says you don't have a formal position, I think the situation stands the same. Mm-hmm. Seeking advice isn't for the community. You're seeking advice for yourself. So I think the position or not having a position is irrelevant here. Mm-hmm. The main thing is just knowing that, you know, it's for yourself. And that's where those updates play in. It's not about anyone benefiting, anyone getting harmed. It's just about yourself. Just making sure that these communal decisions that I'm making, that they're sound, and that hopefully I'm doing this right, or even if it's just personally, you know, just my own spiritual development, or you know, the plan that I have set in front of me for education. You know, this conversation is kind of awkward because it seems like the teacher is being overly possessive. That's what it seems like, and it feels like it's a cult, and it feels like you're trying to be controlling and this kind of stuff. So it's a really awkward conversation. And Allah knows, and hopefully you guys do too, that that's not the case. For most of us, not getting a message in a single day would be a dream come true. You know, not getting reached out to would be such a blessing, not from the sense that we don't care about you, but it's very overwhelming. You know, it's a very overwhelming thing of being in the position that we're in, that you constantly are being contacted by a million people. So it has nothing to do with being being possessive. But I think it has more to do with observing history and observing people and observing the reality that when you have a kite that isn't being pulled down by someone, it just flies away, man. And that kite might really have a lot of confidence in its material, that, you know, I was made with the best material and, you know, But you need someone that's yanking it and pulling it and guiding it and pushing it. And it's just a thing of life. And it requires humbleness. And that's a part of tazkiyah, that you admitting. I remember the story of Al-Qadi Abu Yusuf, that when Imam Hanifa rahmatullahi alayhi, when Qadi Abu Yusuf got sick, Imam Hanifa rahmatullahi alayhi came to him and he said some words of praise of his knowledge. You guys know that story? I don't know if you guys know, but you know the Qadi, that Qadi Yusuf got sick, and Imam Hanifa rahimahullah came, and he thought he was going to pass away. He thought Qadi Yusuf would pass away, so he said some nice words. Qaddar Allah, Qadi Yusuf recovered. So when he recovered, he remembered those words of praise that Imam Hanifa rahimahullah said. That that you know, you're so and so. So what he did was he started his own gathering of knowledge. He kind of cut the kite from the one holding it. And Imam Yusuf saw him. Look at this guy. He's all smart. You know, he's left our gathering of knowledge, doesn't attend our gatherings anymore. And now he's going to fly his own kite. And he sent someone to ask him the question, the man who gave the garment to get dyed. And I won't go into the story or the details of it, but Qadi Yusuf was wrong all around. He told the guy to ask him a question. He said, every answer he gives is wrong. and Qadi Yusuf kept saying it wrong. And then he realized that such an intelligent question with such a nuanced answer can only come from someone. And he was a smart man himself. So the purpose or the reason behind saying this, and this is the truth, is that it's our care and love for you guys. It's our care and love for you guys. It's like Sheikh Mikaeel said, family and students. And that's actually a very fair way of putting it. And it's not, some of you might feel intimidated because I know this. I was that guy. I was a student who in madrasa didn't have much going for me. You know how some people, they go to a madrasa or they go to an institution and they're the top of their class, or they come from a scholarly family, so everyone knows them the day they walk into the madrasa. Or that person's always been the favorite of the teachers and everyone knows that this person is the favorite of the teachers. Or that student is just very bold and outspoken, so everyone knows that this person can easily get access to the teachers. And then there's that one person who doesn't have any family legacy, horrible student, is timid, and is just very quiet. And when they're in the presence of the teachers, even though they have a question, they're reluctant to ask because they feel like I'm a nobody. I'm not worth asking that question. You know, I'm not a part of that inner circle. Have any of you guys ever felt that? I'll keep my eyes on the comment section to see if we have any feedback on that, where you feel like I'm just not worthy of that attention. I'm not worthy of, you know, getting that question. That's just not me. And if you're one of those people that are out there, I speak firsthand. I know that feeling. It took me many years of my life to develop the confidence to actually come and ask the questions that I wanted to. And to put myself out there. I wasn't someone to put myself out there. I kind of felt like, well, there's already someone getting Sheikh coffee, so that's not me. What am I going to do? I can't get him coffee. I can't make coffee like Fulan. I can't make tea like Fulan. But it wasn't about the tea or coffee. What I realized, it was just the gesture of putting myself. It takes courage. I want you to know that. It takes courage. It takes hard work. But when you do it, what you realize is the other person was just waiting all along. That I was waiting for you to reach out. I was waiting for you to come to me. It's kind of like that colossal love story of the two people loving each other, but neither having the courage to confess their love. So you have to initiate it. You have to come forward and say it, that I would like some work. And sometimes the teacher may not give immediate attention, which could be due to 100 reasons. But your job as a student is to persist. Keep showing up, keep trying. Don't give up. Just as you don't give up on your studies, the ta'alluq with your teacher is that important, that you don't give up. You don't give up. You just keep trying, keep showing up, keep trying, keep showing up. I remember Ustada Fatima, when she was studying, she wanted to come by to my place to ask some questions or spend some time. And I had maybe pushed her off for a long time, maybe a year or something. So I'm going to come. I said, inshallah, inshallah, inshallah. And then I noticed that she wasn't just saying it, like she meant it, that she actually wanted to come and she wanted to, you know, have some conversations and was interested in her growth. And then after that, mashallah, all the time. So I say this to every one of you. Don't feel that your voice is unheard. That's not the case. You just have to, you know, push it a little and be a little patient and with good akhlaq and not give up. So the point that I made, the original point, just to circle back to that, is that you're not reaching out to the teachers for your community. Don't think that. That's poison. Think of it that you're doing it for yourself. And as long as you realize it's for yourself, you won't stop. I know there is, someone said something above about male teachers and female teachers, and I think Ustadha Fatima may be addressing that issue shortly, or someone else. I don't want to put anyone on the spotlight, but just a note on that. Look, there's a level of communicating with people that you can do regardless of their gender. Are you guys following that? Like, as a male, I can go to a female teacher that I had and I can ask her to guide me on kibar. You know, now ideally, if I had a male teacher to ask, that would be even better. Don't get me wrong here. But if what I had at that time was a female teacher and I wanted to ask her a question, you know, I think people are reluctant to ask questions from people from the opposite gender. Sometimes they just don't feel reluctant. If that's the muqtada of your hayat, then go for it. Like, I'm not asking you to change yourself. But what I am saying is that there's also like a false understanding, which is also what creates bad outcomes, bad taste. That people assume that having a mentor means that you're in each other's house all day, every day, and you're talking about stuff, and you're just randomly chatting and texting and sending smileys and all that kind of stuff. Hopefully that's not what's happening. And that's not the truth. That's not the reality. It's you ask something that's needed, you get an answer on it, and you're on your way. And if that's the level of communication, and that's basically what we do at Qalam anyway, I mean, you know, if that's the level of communication we have at Qalam anyway, I think there is something that can be taken from your male teachers and also your female instructors. I'm not saying that you need to come to us. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that if that's what you have right now, if we are Team Tayammum, use us for now. Or I don't even want to say us. Use your teachers, you know, the ones that are here. Use them, have those conversations, and along the way you grow, you keep seeking, you find teachers who you can grow with even more, and you continue to, you know, just take yourself forward. Well, I just wanted to say that don't put yourself in a binary situation where it's either this or either that. Either it's a female teacher or it's nothing. Either it's a male teacher or it's nothing. Don't put yourself like that. There's so much you can take in between. You know, it's kind of like that guy who, you guys may or may not understand this analogy, that guy who's only willing to fight jiu-jitsu under a world champion. What is a world champion going to teach you on day one? You know, on day one, the stuff you're studying, you can learn that from any guy who has a blue belt. Like that stuff, that's growth that can happen anywhere and everywhere. But then there comes a point where now you're in that cream of the crop and you've been a black belt for 5 years and now you really want to learn how to win the fight at the UFC. That's different now. Then you're going to need that champion to come in your corner and coach you there. Wallahu alam is something in my mind. Only Allah knows.
There was someone had asked, you know, the question about, you know, how much should you ask? And I think, you know, kind of an implication of that question is also like, how much is too much? And you know, Sheikh Mikaeel and Mufti Kamani both kind of mentioned that. And Ustad Ubaidullah kind of talked about kind of the intelligent way to approach that. I'll be very honest with you, and I kind of already chimed in and said, just over communication is always a good idea. Over communication is a good idea, and eventually y'all will find your groove, right? You'll figure out your groove, they'll figure out what works for them, and y'all will figure out your dynamic. But initially, more is better. You know, you should always err on the side of caution, right? There's nothing worse than the regret that you feel after making a critical mistake, knowing that you had someone that you could have consulted with and you did not. It's a terrible, terrible feeling. But if you consulted, you covered all your bases, you did all your homework, and then it just didn't work out, then, you know, it is what it is. You know, well, what are you going to do about it? Someone had asked a question about, you know, sisters, female students of knowledge, and kind of, you know, what they feel like, and, you know, when the concerned sisters that they don't feel like they can build the same mentoring relationship with male teachers that the brothers can, especially those who are no longer in town. Please share some insights or tips on that. So Mufti Kamani already addressed it, you know, to quite an extent, that there's, you know, maybe about 70–80% of that relationship that is very professional, that is very academic. And that absolutely can be achieved across, you know, a wide variety of factors, gender being one of them, that it will not get in the way. If Ustad Atifa has to give like a tafsir dars, and she puts together an outline and asks me about the outline, and, you know, that's not really going to make a difference. That wouldn't look different whether it was Ustad Atifa or it was Imam Muhammad Herbert. Right, that conversation is going to end up being the same, just simply based off of the fact that it's an academic, professional kind of conversation. Now, there is a personal element of it that does become a bit challenging, and I will be very, very honest with you, there always has to be somebody who sacrifices initially, makes the best of a tough situation, overcomes the hurdles and the challenges, and then paves the way for everyone else that comes. You know, and half of the folks that are attending this session right now, half of y'all almost, you know, at the very least, a third of y'all, I think closer to half, have already directly had people like Ustada Fatima and Ustada Atifa as actual teachers. As actual teachers, you have learned knowledge from them. You have sat in a classroom under their instruction, and they will be those mentors and those personal teachers that you will be able to personally kind of develop a relationship with and learn from for the sisters. And there's always somebody that has to get the ball rolling. So some of y'all that came a little bit earlier, Ustada Atifa, Ustada Fatima, people like that, you know, I commend them, and I commend y'all for making the best of a tough situation, getting whatever you could out of the situation that you are in, and now you're in a position to provide that to, you know, female students of knowledge that are going to be coming along after y'all. So I want to look, it comes down to something very simple. This tradition, we didn't invent it at Qalam. This system, we didn't create it here in Dallas. This tradition and this system is from the very beginning, and the system works. You have to trust the process. You have to trust the process, right? And this process will always create, you know, those kind of opportunities, and will solve those problems. But we can't go outside of the system to try to solve the problem, because then we'll end up with problems. Then we'll end up with problems, right? So, you know, if you see me punching Sajid in the hallway, right? Like kind of teasing him, and I'm punching him as I walk by him in the hallway, we have a system. I'm never going to have even close to that kind of an interaction with a female student. Never, never, ever, never, ever. And if we go outside of our system and our tradition to try to make everybody feel like no, then we're going to end up with a lot of problems. And we see that happening in the world today. So Ustada Fatima, I think you had some comments as well.
Yeah, just wanted to add something really quickly, but kind of like what Sheikh Nasser just ended off on, that once you, especially for us, like when I came into the seminary and things of that nature, I knew that one of my main goals that I wanted to achieve or wanted to get out of this entire experience was having a mentor. Like I really needed a mentor, and I really wanted a mentor. And a big part of that was me recognizing that, you know, the relationship, like Sheikh Nasser was mentioning, that the teachers will have with the male students will be different from my relationship with the teachers. And it didn't mean that I would get less though. So a lot of times what we think is that when the relationships are different, then that means that the female students are getting less of a relationship with the teachers, or less advice, or less mentorship. I didn't have that experience, and I don't really believe that that is the reality of it actually, when really it's just a different relationship. It's very different, and there's parts of it that are the same, yeah, the academic part, and when it comes to a very personal, you know, part of your life, it is different, but you make do with the difference, and the difference actually, it actually helps you out more than you will ever think. It helps you understand exactly, you know, the relationship that you will have with different people in the community. For example, like I went on to work in the community where, you know, I was working very close with the imam, and everybody else were males. And so to understand how to have that dynamic, that relationship, all that stuff. So I don't know, like when it came to really having a mentor here at Qalam, and at the time there were no female instructors. I mean, Ustad Atfa was my TA, but we were friends / TA, so it was like really interesting. So having the teachers, and they were mainly male, and them being my, you know, mentors, one thing that really, really stuck with me too was learning that, you know, what you put in is what you get out. If I opened that door of wanting a mentor in my life and wanting them to actually like reciprocate what I was trying to put out there, okay, I need help and advice on this part of my life, I need advice on this, I need advice on that, I was never turned away. right? I was never, yes, it took a lot. It took a lot. It took some, you know, persistence. It took, because at the same time, some people say like, I want to mentor, but they're not really willing to put in the work. So it took persistence, it took work, it took all those things, but I was not turned away. And so just because my relationship with the teachers and instructors are very different from, for example, Sadabilillah's relationship with Sheikh Nasser, I don't think that I was given the short end of the stick, or any female student is given the short end of the stick. It's just recognizing that you put in the work, and you as a student, it is your responsibility to really, you know, be very firm about what you want. You know, if you really want a teacher and you want that teacher to help you, it's not going to be easy. Like, it's not going to be just, I'm just going to call you every single day. I'm going to sit, you know, at your house. I'm going to do this and do that. And then you're going to, no. It takes going to their halakas. It takes, you know, now you don't have to go. You can just listen to it. It takes listening to their halakas. It takes, you know, picking up on their mannerism, picking up on, okay, Sheikh Nasser, okay, Mufti Kamani, okay, Sheikh Mikaeel, I noticed these things. You know, is this something that I should implement? Is this something that I should be listening to? Is this a class that I should join? Oh, I just wanted to give you salam. How's your family doing? Like, and that's a very genuine way of developing that relationship. And I don't think gender really gets into the way of that. But then when it comes to your personal life and how you know, express that and stuff like that, yeah, it will be different, because you're not going to be like high-fiving your teachers, but at the same time, you will get what you need out of that relationship. So that is kind of what I wanted to share.
Jazakumullah khairan for all the instructors answering those questions regarding to mentorship. Yes, go ahead, Sheikh Mikaeel.
Really, really quick. She said something, Mufti Kamani, and everyone has mentioned something, and I said it in 10 o'clock this morning. Everyone wasn't on. Benefit from the public classes of your teachers. Don't wait for a special my level for me class. All of us used to go to our teachers' public lectures and benefit from them. And we would get more than the average person, but their words were the same. So please, please, I'm going to just reiterate 10 seconds more. Please get the schedule of all the lectures and attend those. Your teachers put a lot of effort into those. We do a lot of mutala. Plus, that's a way for you to stay connected. So the public lectures should be something that you take advantage of. That's it.
Jazakallah khair, Sheikh Mikaeel, for that. I'm going to switch gears just really for the next question, and if inshallah we can do it in a limited, answer it in a limited amount of time. So the question is, I'm going to combine a couple. Basically, the question is related to, what about a person who doesn't feel like they're fit for continuing Islamic studies, advanced studies? Is that even a thing? Is there a type of person who's not fit for continuing Islamic studies? And I want to add on to that, another question is that if a person who is actually in their continuing Islamic studies, in their Alumni studies, but they are not doing it necessarily for the intention, meaning they're already in their advanced Islamic studies, but they're not doing it for the intention for being a scholar or a teacher, what can that person do? What can they offer? Mm-hmm. So those are two separate questions that I was hoping that the instructors could address.
I was gonna ask Sheikh Muntasir. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I know the students would appreciate to hear from you. Any thoughts that you have?
Yeah, with regards to the first one about whether we're qualified for like further studies or whatnot, subhanallah, from my experience, I don't feel it's a good question. But I think when we talk about progress in our knowledge, we talk about acquiring knowledge, we have a very limited understanding of it, that I'm only a scholar if I'm like buried into the books and like studying all day specific texts. No, like, Sheikh Nasser, you mentioned yourself about the different ways of knowledge and what is true knowledge, what is understanding. I feel everyone has the potential to further study. Everybody has the potential of progress. It's just, we need to figure out exactly what my specialty is. What am I better at? So let's say, for instance, giving lectures, it's something I'm just not good at. I'm not able to deliver a seminar, because I'm unable to speak in front of a crowd. But on a one-to-one basis, that's what I'm good at. Then I'm going to invest into that and study further to do the best of, in that area. So just in simple, I don't think there's any such thing as I'm not able to further my study. I think we're all able to do that. It's just we need to figure out what we're good at and invest time into that instead of investing time into trying to become something that may not be my strong suit.
And Sheikh Muntasir, again, sorry to put you on the spot, but I remember you telling me this as well, that all the students at Qalam now primarily know you for your focus and your passion for hadith studies. But I think you were saying, like, up until Dora year, you hadn't really become like obsessed that was what you were going to basically pursue for the rest of your life. That's correct, right?
Exactly. And I tell this to students all the time that, look, never feel that, listen, subhanAllah, many of the students are in their second and their third year, and they're doing things that we wouldn't even dream of in our second or third year. SubhanAllah, they're so far. So never feel that, this is the end of the journey. For me, whether it's hadith or whatnot, I particularly got interested in it because of our Sheikh al-Hadith, Muhaffaz al-Rahman, and that was in our Bukhari class after like 7 years. Up until that point, it was just like either fiqh or kalam or just nothing. So I feel everybody has an opportunity to, just to go into that advanced studies. Just give yourself some time. And, and I always tell the students, they always feel like, subhanAllah, we're in our second, third year. I feel like I don't have like a strong, I'm not like rooted into any field of expertise yet. And I said, subhanAllah, you guys are in third year and you're doing like hidayah, you're doing sharh al-wiqaya, you guys are doing books. At that time, we weren't even doing anything. SubhanAllah, the journey of knowledge will take a long time. And by the time you're in your Dora year, by the time in your 5th year doing research, answering questions, you'll figure out what you're good at. And inshallah, you can excel in that.
So, Jazakumullah khair. Great question. As I look back at my classmates, we all went down this path of knowledge for different reasons and different intentions. And I always remember one of my teachers saying, be careful what dua you make as a student, Allah will make that happen. And I literally see all of my classmates exactly where their du'as were, starting madrasa, some of them teaching, some of them, in different areas. What I will say is this: learning the deen, learning your fara'id, and learning the extent that we learn. We always were told when we graduated, you are not a scholar yet. You have tools to become a scholar. I guess the way I want everyone to understand it is this way. Everyone in this group doesn't have the intention to become a scholar of deen, but that doesn't mean two things. Number one, going down this path to learn the basis of the deen, which you learn on a deeper level, doesn't mean that if you go into something else after this, you haven't done your zakat on your knowledge, because you went to another field. I don't think that's the case. I think you can learn deeply for yourself this knowledge, to enrich yourself, to teach your children when they come, to just for you to have this is perfectly praiseworthy. Now, some of us in this group will go, but I want to make this my job, my lifetime passion, and I'm gonna go forward with it. But that doesn't mean I want to be real. I hate to say this because sometimes do you know the curriculum that we did was like mandatory for Ottoman Empire? Like that was just standard, like high school. You know what I'm saying? Like some of the books that are high level books for us, the average lay Muslim who was educated would have studied them. And after that, if they wanted to become specialized, they would go into them. The reason I bring that up is because if you don't want to become a scholar, so to speak, first of all, the amount you're learning kind of puts you there by default in the environment we live in. Second of all, it's okay to learn it just to learn it and live it. Completely fine by that. Raise your children according to it, live by it. MashaAllah, you can open the hadith and read them. You can open shuruhat to read them for fun. You can open tafsir to read them. Alhamdulillah, that was my intention. So don't feel like, oh, I have to become a scholar, giving lectures, writing books, da 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 da. Nope, I don't agree with that at all. وَبَتَغُوا إِلَيْهِ الْوَسِيلَةِ is the verse that came to my mind. Find your own path to Allah. But knowledge is a part of walking the path. Now, rarefied, deep knowledge, those are for special people who Allah has inspired to want to do that. But the general knowledge you've gained is enough for you to lead your family to the pleasure of Allah. And that's the way I look at it. Like, that's enough knowledge to lead your family to the pleasure of Allah. Now, you want to go deeper? Go deeper, alhamdulillah. So that's what came to my mind. I was taking notes. Then my mother called. It's actually my mother's birthday, and I didn't call her yet. My God, I forgot, dude. So that's like, I lost my train of thought. She literally called right now. She's like, do you know what today is?
You should tell her celebrating birthdays are haram.
She was like, do you know what today is? I was like, oh my God. Okay, so I'm sorry. I had lost my train of thought. That's just something I wanted to share with you guys. Like, I have classmates that learned the knowledge and then went straight back into Jamaat and just doing, it's great work, but they're just doing basic door-to-door missionary work. MashaAllah, that's not just. I shouldn't even say just. I don't mean just at all. I'm just trying to show you. And I have other scholars who opened up schools and other classmates who are just knee-deep in Ibn Abidin. So I want everyone to see that that spectrum. I hope I did a good job in articulating.
Yeah, actually, I want to add to that, actually. I think it brings up a really good point of, I actually think it's problematic if your goal, and we've heard this question a few times, your goal is, I want to do this, so I want to learn this so that I can do this full time. I think that's actually probably, that goal in and of itself can be problematic. The goal, I think primary goal needs to be what you just highlighted, which is the primary goal needs to be for yourself. Because if it's not for you first, then you're going to fall into every other trap that we talked about earlier. You're going to fall into imposter syndrome and whatever else. Like, that has to be the primary goal. And everyone needs to have that. And then I think if you're blessed with opportunities to do more, then that's great. But I think if you have a singular mission that you have to execute it in one way, you actually might run into a lot of problems because maybe that door is not your door and you're so dead set on it and it's just not you. You're not, that's not, you really want it, but it's not what's meant for you. And you're so dead set on it, you might actually be like pigeonholing yourself a little bit, right? And that flexibility we talked about earlier, be a little bit flexible. Even scholars or people who've studied completely, they have to be flexible at the end in which way they're going to serve, or if they're going to serve at all, right? Some people, how many people graduated? How many classmates did you guys have? All of you can see, graduate in the hundreds, and how many have the opportunity to do this? And I think that really is a blessing of Allah. That opportunity comes from Allah. It's not everyone's even going to be able to do it. I think we have to understand that as well.
Can I add one thing? And I really want to hear. I see Sheikh's taking notes, yo. I'm anxious to see what everyone's Mufti Sahib, what you're gonna share, man. I'm really anxious. But real quick, I will say though, don't lose connection with what you already have learned. So if you studied something like you did Jalalain with us, don't close Jalalain for the next 20 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, read it. It's not new knowledge. You're keeping it fresh. You get deeper insights. So at least maintaining what you've already studied, that's something I think should just be a part of who you are. If I don't know, I feel that. I want to hear the other scholars. Please, Bismillah.
One thing I was going to say in this realm, this kind of discussion, it's not exactly addressing the question, but I feel like it's a part of the overall discussion here. I think Sheikh Amin from Chicago a little while back, one of his mentor, Allama Khalid Mahmoud, rahimahullah ta'ala, who's very remarkable, the scholar and philosopher and thinker of our times, you know, he passed away. And Sheikh Amin had given a little lecture at his passing away. And he mentioned about how Allama Khalid Mahmoud used to teach kids like Nurani Qaida and Nazira there when he first came to the UK. I mean, if you're an old timer from Chicago, you still know Sheikh Amin as Hafiz Amin. You know, Ustad Ubaidullah's dad, everyone who's from Long Island knows him as Hafiz Ahmed. You know, people who are from Ohio, they know Sheikh Ayub as Hafiz Ayub. You know, so you have someone like Sheikh Ayub who teaches kids how to read Quran in Ohio, but he was Imam Tahir Anwar's Mishkat teacher in India. You know, you have someone like Dr. Masood, who was my teacher there in Pakistan, teaching us books like Hidayah and Sharh Ma'ani al-Athar. And then he's teaching Hifz here in Arlington. And then while he's teaching Hifz, then he's teaching Sharh al-Aqaid at the seminary. And it's more about just, I have been blessed to be able to be connected to this deen and this religion some way, somehow. And it's a blessing and it's an opportunity. And I think just a lot of reflection in that realm kind of will help ground a person.
Mufti Kamani, were you going to share something?
No, I know that Sheikh Abdul Nasser has a small little session, or a session left before 2 o'clock, so
Okay. Jazakallah khair. So, yeah, so we're going to be closing off very soon, inshallah. The next part of our program is to be talking about continuing education opportunities. So Sheikh Abdul Nasser is going to, inshallah, talk about the things that Qalam offers, especially now with so many things changing. And then we'll actually have a guest. So officially, we're going to be ending after Sheikh Abdul Nasser's session, but we also have a guest from Yaqeen Institute coming in to share some opportunities that Yaqeen offers for specifically our students and grads. So go ahead, Sheikh Abdul Nasser.
All right. So, alhamdulillah, once again, jazakumullah khairan. Thank you very much, everyone, for making time on this Saturday. Especially a huge thanks to all the instructors for coming on and making time. May Allah bless them, may Allah reward them, and all the volunteers, the organizers who really put a lot of time and thought and energy and work. But I really appreciate the attention, the attentiveness, and the attention to detail. May Allah reward them and all y'all for attending. So the last thing that I wanted to talk about is that, you know, we talk about this all the time, but allow me to just say it very explicitly and bluntly and blatantly and clearly. Our students and our graduates are, you know, the asset. And I won't talk about myself personally because I'm nobody. I'm just a janitor around here. But as an institution, as a collective, Qalam. Qalam's assets, Qalam's resources are its people. The instructors, the team members, and the students and the graduates. That is the asset, that is the resource. And that is really, really honestly what it's all about. There are a lot of very small, humble kind of, you know, situations that have a lot of students and they do a lot of good. And there are some very grand, you know, big, you know, institutions that have a lot of financial and material resources, but they can't find a single dedicated student, and they really don't really end up achieving much or being able to have much impact. So the students and the grads are our main resources. I will be very honest with you. Y'all know my nature. I say what's on my mind, but at the same time, I will be honest and forthcoming with you as well. I personally am not happy. I'm not satisfied with our engagement with, and our institutionally, I mean, engagement and services provided for graduates, for, you know, people who have studied with us previously. I feel like we haven't really capitalized on that and we're not doing enough. And that's just, of course, a part of that is we're not doing enough for y'all, but also we're just not collectively realizing all of our collective potential, because we're not, you know, staying connected enough and being productive together. So I feel like we can do more in that area. And that realization comes at a very bizarre kind of time because it seems like we're more restricted right now. But it's also coming at an interesting time because with kind of things, certain things slowing down and stopping, for instance, travel, slowing down and stopping, it has allowed for a little bit of a reassessment and reevaluation of what we're doing and what else we can do. And one of the big things that I want to pick up on is the engagement with graduates, alumni, students, whatever you want to call it, people who have studied with us. So there's a few things. Number one, where is Qalam as an institution right now? And I won't bore you with those details, but because of kind of the circumstance, the new reality we are in, at least for the time being, and for the short-term future at the very least, Qalam has basically, essentially, focused its efforts into 3 areas. There are 3 areas of focus that Qalam as an institution has. Number 1 is the seminary, and that is online right now. Number 2 is online courses and classes for the benefit of a larger demographic in the community. And those are a lot of the things that we were talking about: public classes, classes for each and every single Muslim, everyday people, which some of them might still be beneficial to y'all, but those are all online. And as a commitment for, in terms of our commitment to the community, those are being done free of charge, open to everyone. Thirdly, we have the podcast and all other kind of, social media outlets, but mainly the podcast, right? And we continue to feed the podcast. Maybe some of y'all have noticed it hasn't been updated for the last few weeks. There's a reason for that. Ever since the lockdown happened and we started doing so many programs online and we're putting everything into the podcast, our podcast servers became overloaded. And because of COVID, they're behind on their technical assistance, whatever you want to call it. So we actually, just this past week, got a lot of updates from them. So inshallah, the podcast will start updating once again. Nonetheless, those are the 3 focused efforts of Qalam: seminary, classes for the general public. We have kids, teens, all kinds of adult education, everything from Sheikh Mikaeel's emotional intelligence class. Sheikh Muntasir is doing one on hadith. Ustada Fatima and Atifa, Ustada Samrina were doing classes for women. Ustad Ubaidullah was doing some on Quranic reading for adults. And then we have the podcast. Those are the efforts that Qalam has. Now for y'all specifically, all those things are, all those things are available to y'all, open to y'all. But specifically for alumni, for Alamiya or seminary or Arabic graduates, this kind of a session that we had today, but maybe a little bit lighter, a little bit more condensed, an hour or 2, we inshallah have the intent. I really wish that we could have announced today the date of the very next session, but I apologize. That blame is on me for not being able to get around to that. But inshallah, we will be sending you out an announcement in the next 48 to 72 hours, inshallah. We are going to have monthly sessions like this. They will be shorter, so it's more practical. Once a month, every month, what we're going to do is, inshallah, 1 or maybe 2 of the instructors, maybe more, we'll see. But at least an instructor or 2 will log on. We will have some kind of a topic. Maybe it's a current topic. Maybe it's a passage from a book of Tazkiyah, or like we were talking about, some of the wasaya, the advices of the scholars of the past. A little session, 20, 30 minutes, followed by 20, 30, 40 minutes of Q&A and open discussion. So inshallah, we want to have that as a monthly alumni check-in, inshallah. That's number 1. Number 2, the Telegram group is still alive and active and well. And that might not seem like much, but a lot of times, ghar ki murgi dal barabar, the things that you are accustomed to, you take them for granted. That's a really nice way to maintain kind of this larger community and stay in contact with one another. And I feel like a lot of benefit can be derived from that. So I want everyone to remain active there and connected there, inshallah. Number 3 is, there are a number of projects that we especially in kind of this new reality where so many things are online so that people can access them safely from wherever they are at. There's a number of projects that we have that are very much on the drawing board, and we look forward to reaching out to y'all and to this community of students of knowledge to help participate, you know, be a part of those different projects for the greater good of the community. So inshallah, stay tuned for that. And this initial working group that we have here of, you know, people like Sister Husseina, Sister Rabia, Mahmoud, and others, I hope that inshallah they can kind of help us get some of those things up off the ground. And then lastly and finally, and you know, inevitably I was going to come to this. Whether it be, if you did year one, if you did Arabic at Qalam at the seminary, year two is completely online now. If you did year two, third, fourth, and fifth year is all online right now. I can't tell you what it's going to be a year from now or 2 years from now or 3 years. What I can tell you is that in 2 weeks, it's going to be online completely in its entirety. And you can do it. If you can't move to Dallas, that's no longer an excuse. If you can't do it full time, well, then we have been accommodating many students. You know, I hate to, you know, kind of just praise people because, you know, they are striving to maintain their own sincerity. But at the same time, appreciating good, hardworking people is also good. To me, I feel like every student needs to look at some of our students that we have had at Qalam. Their sister Aisha Beg has been a student at the seminary since the day the doors opened. She was the first person to apply. And so she's basically the first student in the history of the actual physical seminary. Guess what? She's still a student here till today. And I feel like that is amazing. That is remarkable. May Allah keep her sincere. May Allah give her istiqamah. May Allah accept her. But at some point, you just got to stop making excuses and you just got to do something about it. I can't be there in Dallas. Well, it's online. I can't do full time. Well, you can do part time. You can take 1 or 2 subjects. I'm still waiting for the rest of the excuses. So, yeah, I'm going to end on continuing education. Continue your education. Just do it. And stop talking about it. And stop asking, you know, a million different questions and solutions about, well, what do we have for this? And no, just do it. So with that, inshallah, I'm over time. Let me intro, inshallah, Ustad Atifa's here, so not to kind of impede on what she's doing, but just to give it the proper due and proper respect. Mashallah, our friends over at Yaqeen, there's a number of our students and even graduates who have participated in different articles and different levels of research over there. So mashallah, they have, we had some good productive conversations about how students and graduates can inshallah get involved with the really good work that they're doing as well. So inshallah, they are going to make a little presentation and share what some of those opportunities are. So inshallah, please stay on, benefit, participate. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept from all of us. I will officially sign out on my behalf here, inshallah. So barakallahu fikum, jazakumullah khairan. Thank you very much. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept from us all. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
So right before we have our representative from Yaqeen coming in, I just want to make note of the comment that Rabia just put on the chat. So related to the topic of making sure that we continue having a strong alumni network, the alumni team has put together a form to fill out to just kind of make sure that this continues going and we allow, you know, the network of alumni that we have to just grow and be as beneficial as possible. So the form is there, and also the Facebook group is there, the link for it to join. So please go ahead and fill out the form so we can have your information and allow everyone to, you know, be part of the network and benefit from each other as well as the group. It will be also posted on the Telegram as well as your email. So please look out for that if you're not able to access it now. With that being said, Sister Tasneem, please go ahead and share with us about Yaqeen. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's great to be here. I know there was plans to do this in person once a few months ago, so I'm excited to join you virtually, but more excited, inshallah, to meet you guys all in person. I serve currently as the Director for Expanded Learning at Yaqeen. And for those of you who are familiar with our mission at Yaqeen, it's all about producing content for, you know, inspiring contribution, nurturing conviction, dismantling doubt. So we have a very particular, I think, approach in terms of the content we're tackling. As seminary students, you obviously have a much deeper, wider scope of Islamic content, engaging the tradition and all of this information. So you're coming in as you study with this holistic perspective. And I think that's important to note in terms of the work that we do. It's not, at this point in time, it is not comprehensive. And we have a long way to even get there, and it's not necessarily part of our mission. And I start off saying that because your role is so essential within the Muslim community. And it's really admirable that you guys can take your time out and make this a commitment. And one really long-term vision that we have at Yaqeen is to be able to use people like you who are engaging the tradition with teachers at a more comprehensive, with a more comprehensive approach, so that when you are in that position to either teach or to respond to those questions that we're dealing with at Yaqeen, you can do it, you know, from multiple angles. And that, you know, any controversial topic that we're gonna have to deal with, even if it's something that we're dealing with, conviction, imaniyat, aqidah, something like that, you really wanna be able to address it for different audiences in different ways. And so we really understand the value that, of course, your background, your education is providing you all. And so with all of the papers that we do, all of the content, the different types of, you know, whether it's conviction or whether it's doubt, we try to figure out ways that we can sort of disseminate the ideas into the community. And by disseminate the ideas, I mean, for example, if we're talking about, you know, let's say a classic, the age of Aisha radiallahu anha, really the ultimate message at Yaqeen is not necessarily that you believe this minority opinion or that you convince yourself of something that's right or wrong. It's this idea that we want to demonstrate the depth, the nuance that the Islamic tradition provides, and that we have answers, right? There's this assumption that what we're providing, you know, that Islam doesn't have the answers, and that we were taught some Sunday school and maybe everything I was taught was wrong, and we have all of these different misconceptions. And so we just want to go to the Muslim community, and we want to go to the youth, and we want to go to high schoolers and adults and say, listen, you don't need to know the answer for everything. That's where your role is as students of knowledge. You're coming in and say, we'll do that depth. But we want people to know that we have the answers when you're ready for them, and that this tradition is full of that depth and detail and nuance. And so, with every paper that we have, we try to do different what we call products, where we create different ways that people can engage in the paper. Because if anyone's ever read a Yaqeen paper, and I know a lot of Qalam students have also contributed to writing papers, alhamdulillah, you know that most people are not going to be reading a 20, 30, 40-page paper, mostly filled with academic jargon. And so we try to make, you know, activities out of them. We have a whole team assembled for high school curriculum. And I'll actually go ahead and share our presentation because I think it'll help clarify. Oh, I don't know if I have access to share. Let me give this a shot. Yes, if the host, if you can give me that. If not, I can go ahead and continue. It's no big deal. Awesome. So just to give you a sense of the different types of things that we are working on in terms of getting those papers out. Sorry. is the following. So we have something, one of the very first projects that we decided on doing was something called conviction circles. And what we were thinking of, and honestly, to be entirely clear, I thought back to my college days, of my MSA days, and I thought to myself that we always wanted, like a lot of us had great intentions. We wanted to come together, we wanted to do something, but we didn't know where to start. We didn't know who to turn to, sort of what books to read. We're always told, you know, that book is good, but watch out for that chapter or that section, or, you know, you can't really trust anyone. And so we never had that opportunity to really engage anything. And as college students, we want that, right? Even if I'm going to go read Reza Aslan, or I'm going to read, you know, some other academic article that's probably not the best sort of resource for me, we're going to do it regardless. We want to learn more. We're thirsty. We're hungry for that knowledge, but we might not necessarily have, you know, a chaplain on campus. We might not have a Qalam grad who's there in the local community. And so that's really how conviction circles started up. So what in summary, just to keep this short, is that we took our papers and we assembled these papers in a way that we're addressing sort of the most critical topics. So this past actually few months, we revamped our conviction circles. We had a certain number of papers that we focused on. And now, alhamdulillah, we have a couple of different people on our team. Sheikh Hussein, he's also down in Texas. Currently, Austin? No, not Austin. Some southern city down there. He'll be moving, inshallah, to Dallas in the next few years. But we came in, we assembled a few of the scholars and the fellows, and we looked at the papers that we're going through. And so, for example, the first module, we're going to cover a lot of sort of like aqeedah-related topics. Why do we need prophets? Why should we believe in hadith? Why, like, how do we know the existence of God? We took all of these Yaqeen papers that are related to sort of these really critical foundational topics. And what we did is we add discussion questions throughout. I think I have an image of it here. Yeah. So just in the margin, we have these different types of questions, right? So as internally for your sort of information as creators of this product, internally we were thinking, okay, if they're going to read through this paper, what do we want them to get out of it? What exactly should they be looking for? Because you can read a paper and you can veer off very quickly, as I'm sure all of you know. So the discussion questions, the reflection questions are sort of like intentionally constructed in a way that would get at the meat at the paper. So you go through this paper, you're coming together with a group of friends, you're having the opportunity to sort of be directly present. As a college student, you don't want, it's not as enjoyable or oftentimes as beneficial when you're being lectured at. And that's the experience, the college experience, whether or not everyone agrees. The reality is that we feel the need to obviously have our voices heard, and everyone has to share their opinions. And it's just, we're trying to engage with what's actually happening on the ground. Obviously, the ideal situation is that you have someone who is knowledgeable and coming to lecture, but the reality is that's not accessible for most college students. And this is not, by the way, not limited to college students, but that was the main audience we had in mind. So you go reading through this paper, and now based off of these discussion and reflection questions, you're able to extract really the meat of the topic. Now, alhamdulillah, we've had this running for about a year or two. And I'm going to focus primarily on this out of all the other products we have. We have multiple, but I think this is really where you guys can come in. Is that after a year or two, we noticed there were some hiccups, of course, and alhamdulillah, we got a lot of feedback. And so we actually now brought Sheikh Hussein on board, who's going to be hosting weekly office hours. We created mini summary videos for each of the papers. We have like open FAQs. We're actually creating an entirely new website just for this. So, because a lot of concerns were, well, you don't want to get, and rightfully so, where you don't want to hand this over to some college kid who's never, opened up a book in his life and now suddenly can speak to Islamic issues. We recognize that's a problem. We recognize that that is an obstacle that we have to get over. And so we're trying to constantly create this content and provide direct online live access to scholars and fellows as much as we possibly can. And despite this, no matter what we do, right, there always needs to be a greater amount of support. So imagine you going back to your communities now, and whether you're there for the summer with COVID, everyone usually is for the most part home, and you want to engage, that this would be such an incredible role to have you all in, because you have much more experience in this, and as students of knowledge, again, you'll be able to sort of bring in those different perspectives. So ideally what we want, if we could have like sort of this utopic world, we would have people like you as Qalam, current students or grads actually leading this discussion. We don't want people who don't have experience, and we want you as someone who is in the process, who is educated, who has access to resources as well, to be leading these. So going back to your communities and gathering a group of 5, 10, 15, trying to keep it small and saying, hey, we're going to read through this paper together. We're going to go through these discussion questions, and I'm going to be there to support. Because really, the way the discussion works is that we, again, recognize the fact that most college students are not going to be reading the 40-page paper, even if they're a part of a conviction circle. And so that just puts more sort of not necessarily a burden, but more responsibility on you as a facilitator for these conviction circles, that we know that we can trust you. This is, as a participant, I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to go to, Lamis's conviction circle. I have to give a shout out to Lamis. She does so much for us at Yaqeen, alhamdulillah. I'm going to go to her conviction circle, and I know that even though I might not have read that whole paper, I might have just watched all the videos she sent me in the infographic that we provided, and the audio book and the podcast and all the other stuff that we make for our papers. But I know that she did the work, she's read the paper, and that she has experience to help guide and answer these questions. And we just think that specifically for the conviction circles, personally, I think, again, a lot of this was sort of people coming together from different backgrounds and experiences. And from my own personal experiences, I oftentimes would feel that iman, that conviction, that sort of that rush of like, I get this, I love this, when I myself studied a topic directly, and I sort of walk through the critical thinking that goes behind these topics. And I find that extremely fruitful, rather than someone telling me, okay, well, in the tradition, this is the answer to something, versus I'm going to read through this paper. Again, maybe it's just the academic in me speaking, but I'm going to read through this paper and I'm going to come to that conclusion. And alhamdulillah, we've gotten a lot of positive feedback, whether people were like actively engaging in CCs, or which is the short term for conviction circles, or they're sort of sitting back and they were coming to discussions. So that's our sort of the main project, and something that I think would be so incredibly powerful if students of knowledge were able to lead that front. And again, this will be actually in the next few weeks, we're hoping to launch the beta version of our new website. We've got a whole set of training videos. What do you do if someone's quiet? What do you do if someone's like speaking too much or is rude, or, just really we're trying to walk people as much as the way, sort of hold their hand, because we're imagining, someone with no experience in walking through this. And so, you can also use these videos, whether you need them or not. You might have that experience already under your belt, but also if you want to train someone else, because being, of course, a youth director or a community leader, an imam, whoever it is that the role you're going to play, or just that person that people can go to, that you want to be able to also pass along everything that you're learning and your experiences. And this is a great way to just train people of how to have a normal conversation. How can you be kind and get things going and have productive discussions? And so there will be loads more videos. We have so many videos, alhamdulillah, that are currently being edited, and that are going to be released on our new website, inshallah. Now, of course, we also recognize the fact that, again, most people don't want to read a paper, nor do they care about these more details of certain topics. And that, like, listen, I believe, I do my thing, that's not what I'm looking for. That's one way. Or I'm just not at that level yet, right? I'm now in middle school. I'm in high school. I'm not going to read this academic paper, nor am I going to engage in these discussions. So we had a lot of that feedback of, okay, well, conviction circles are meant for college above, and that's really sort of the circle that it's limited to. And so we wanted to think of something different. And we wanted to think of something that could be quick. You could do it all the time. Really, you have no excuses. That you want to be able to just always be able to have normal conversations about Islamic related topics without them getting out of hand. And so what we created was essentially a card deck of questions. So it really, I'll limit it to your situation now. We also created this, for example, just as a separate example, for like parents and their children, their teenagers. I don't know how to talk to my kids about the problem of evil. I don't know how to talk to my kids about why the Sharia is quote unquote barbaric, whatever, those big topic questions that most people are going to encounter at one point or another. And so imagine yourself, I'll take, just as an example again, you're a youth director, or you're that person in the community that like, hey, I go to you for advice. The way we constructed the conversations card are about these like sort of these big, these hot topic, these hot button issues that are going to come up. And we ask very simple questions, right? What is your morning routine? Talk about a time when you found yourself turning to God because you wanted to. Again, these very simple, like worded questions to get the conversation going. And so you imagine you're bringing together 5 or 6 people. You cut out the cards. We've got a whole video on it for more details, all the fancy stuff. But basically, it's that opportunity that you're like, you know what? I really want to get this 8th grade class. I really want to get these high schoolers, these college kids, whoever it is, my friends. I don't give the example of friends here because, again, I imagine you certainly with your hat on as leader of the community, or you know, someone who's helping throughout the community. And you just want to have this conversation, but you know that they're at a level where they're not very connected to Islam, or they might not have those like very, you know, detailed backgrounds. They didn't grow up in the masjid, they didn't go to Sunday schools, whatever it is, what 99% of the Muslim community essentially. You want to bring them together and like, hey, let's talk about it. The most recent deck that we created was how to combat implicit bias and racism in our communities that Faduma helped us create, alhamdulillah. Why do we believe that the Quran is a miracle? And then really just simple questions that add up to the answer to a big question. And in case, again, we recognize the fact that things can always go out of hand, we're always trying to mitigate that as much as possible. We have takeaway cards that you pass after to your participants, whoever there. Hey, make sure, you know, read this on later on. That was a great conversation. And the takeaway card is maybe 2 paragraphs at most, very, again, worded very simply so anyone can engage this, that, hey, I hope you had a great conversation, and we hope you sort of learn these big picture themes, because we want to make sure people are sticking within the conversation, that at the end you walked away with this idea that there's no such thing as the problem of evil for XYZ reasons, and the Sharia is of course not barbaric for XYZ reasons. Very simple worded responses, so you can come together with the community. And then talk toolkits, just very briefly. I know I want to leave a little time for questions and answers if that's possible. Something called talk toolkits, where basically we write khutbahs, we write khatiras, like little lectures, 5, 10, 15, 20-minute lectures for people to be able to essentially read off if they don't have those, don't have necessarily public speaking skills, or you know what, you've been running around like crazy all week. I have to give khutbah tomorrow. And I don't have time to prepare. I don't know where to start. This was when pre-COVID, I know it's far, long time to remember ago, but this, alhamdulillah, really took off with MSAs, that most colleges, and I've been in those shoes where you come in, you walk into an MSA khutbah and you're like, the guy who's reading off just didn't grow up necessarily, didn't have that experience, and it clearly was a Google search and you got those results, right? And so we want to be able to protect sort of the individual giving the khutbah, those who are listening, that, hey, listen, we did all the work for you. These are hadith in context. This is sort of a built up discussion that you can really just read off, or you can look through and take what you need, get the big idea and give that khutbah. And so that's something that of course you all can use, or you can, as Lamis has so kindly done for us the past several months, help us draft. You guys, many of you probably give khatiras, lectures, Juma khutbahs a lot, that, hey, I gave this, you know, khutbah and I want to be able to share it so people can use it and benefit from it, to send us that draft that we can edit and we can post. So it's either whether or not you want to contribute to this product or use it yourselves, or again, because people are, you're that person in the community that people will probably go to for advice, that you want to recommend it for others. And then lastly, I'll very briefly touch on this. This is curriculum. We're alhamdulillah creating this like incredibly humongous project for high schools. And this is something that is right now we're currently topping like big theology topics, just so we can get our ground covered, and then going into sort of quote unquote more contribution related or controversial topics, that we're literally writing these for both youth teachers and youth directors. I know a lot of the lingo comes off as this is only something that can be used in a school, but we have, it's really, at the end of the day, you just need to have the students, right? So that could be anyone, that could be just your high school youth group. And the way we have it is just, it's like, hey, for example, the very first we have is, why does God ask people to worship home that they can bring back, they can discuss. We have, you know, so all of these are really just resources. So if you're that person in the community that is sort of very involved, and you have constant, like, say for example, you have a 3-hour block every week, or 1 hour block 3 times a week, and you need something to, that's a lot of content to cover. It's a lot of work. Believe me, it takes a lot of time for our team to put it together. But then the point is that you get it in your hands, you look through it. And again, as Qalam students, you might think to yourself, well, I want to add this and I want to do this and that. That's amazing. We want that, right? But hey, if you don't have time, or you haven't necessarily taught this topic before, we'll give you everything. And you do want, if you have the background, just take out, oh, this looks like a great activity, I'm going to use this and pull this out. I want to use their PowerPoint, but nothing else. It's all yours. The purpose of Yaqeen, again, is obviously to make things easier for the community, for the leaders of the community like yourselves, and really just be able to distribute that knowledge as widely as possible. And so this is just an example. It's very, very fancy looking. We've got, you know, long PDFs, activities, animation, all that kind of stuff. So hopefully it's also pleasing to the eye. And then lastly, just very briefly, so you're aware, we have something called Yaqeen Academy, where we summarize our video in like Khan Academy style videos. So like less than 2 minutes, you draw it out, you voice over scripting. So that is for some, again, if someone comes to you, hey, I want to learn something, this, you know, there's this certain topic, I really don't care to hear a lecture about it. You can watch a set of 5 2-minute videos and hopefully get those questions answered. And with that, I'll go ahead and conclude. Hopefully, I know I speak at a rate of 1,000 words per second. So if there's anything I need to clarify, and if there's possible to have Q&A, I'll go ahead and take that, inshallah.
Yes, so if anybody has any questions for just a couple of minutes for Sister Tasneem, you can go ahead and ask on the chat. Or you can unmute yourself if you have any questions to ask.
And if not, you can always reach out to either, I'm assuming you, Atifa, or someone else on the team, we can pass it along. And inshallah, we can always answer those questions.
Yes, so how can they sign up?
So depending on the product that you thought would be most relevant for you, everything's on our website. The Conviction Circles, it's currently our old website. The new one should be up before the end of this month, inshallah. But if possible, if you're interested in doing either multiple products or just you want to engage with Yaqeen a little more, if you can reach out to Faduma and she can connect you with the team, we can set you up with our partnership team and they can walk you every step of the way through how to get things up and running. And they'll be like you can just pick up the phone and call Adi and he'll answer all your questions, inshallah.
Okay. So we'll share, Fatima, can you share your contact information in case anyone wants to get in touch and specifically be involved in any of those projects? Any other questions that people have? One second. If not, like Sister Tasneem said, you know, feel free to contact Fatima or her, or visit the Yaqeen website. There's a lot of resources there. And inshallah, this will be a really beneficial way to give back to the community, give back to, you know, whoever it is that you're working with. But I know that was a major question that came up a few times in our poll for questions. So people who are wondering how they can give back without necessarily, you know, being like in a scholar position or in a specific teaching position. So yes, please contact Fatima or contact via email or via the Alumni Telegram, and you'll have all your questions about that answered, inshallah. With that being said, Jazakallah khair, Tasneem, for sharing all that information about Yaqeen and all the projects that you guys are doing. May Allah bless your work and accept from all of us. It's definitely, our efforts go hand in hand in terms of having our students be involved in, you know, studying and then being able to, of course, give back to the community. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless all of our efforts, and particularly, you know, for the students, all, like we said, Jazakallah khair for attending. So we please, you know, make sure to stay involved, be involved, sign up for or at least, you know, join the Telegram group, join the Facebook group, contact Fatima, contact join the fill out the form that for networking, and inshallah this will be something that the sessions like this inshallah will be continuing on a monthly basis, like Sheikh Al-Nasser said. I do know there was a number of questions that weren't answered in the Q&A session, so inshallah those will be lots of fodder for discussions and conversations in our future hangouts inshallah. Jazakumullahu khairan wa assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.